All right. Hello. Hello, everybody. How are we doing today? On this Tuesday evening. Hope everyone's having a good start to their week. I know I've been having a decent week, been busy, had to do a decent amount of catching up on stuff, but thankfully, for the most part, it was all right. Tired? Yeah, that's so real. Hi, hello, welcome, welcome. Glad to see everybody here. To address perhaps the elephant in the room, I ran a test stream this morning, and it seemed to be okay, so I am actively knocking on wood, but I'm hoping everything will function as intended today. Because I really do wanna finish this trial and wanna see where it goes. I'm very, very eager to figure out who our culprit is. Let's see. I think that's pretty much the gist of it. I don't think I have too much to say. This new Discord UI update. Oh, I think I did get a notif, about that. I haven't, I haven't noticed anything yet that's been different, but I could also be incorrect about that. So hopefully it's not too invasive, but no, none of my streams have ever scuffed or collapsed. I don't know what you're talking about. Shush. But yeah, we're gonna hop back into a Danganronpa another, the chapter 2 trial. I've heard this is a good one from what people have told me, so I'm excited to check it out. Yeah, it's Mitch. Every single culprit is gonna end up being Mitch. But yeah, I think we're good to go. Let's go ahead and mosey on over to the gaming screen, and we shall hop into it. I do know from I do have the truth bullets. Yes, thank you. I do also know from last time that if I fail, I have to start over from scratch. So that's not super awesome, and I hope that doesn't happen. But if so, I hope you will all bear with me to a slight extent in that regard. But okay, got the truth bullets up. I think we're ready to rock and roll. Yeah, I think it's like an RPG Maker thing is why it's that way. But yeah, which I can't complain too much, because like I think it's super impressive they even made this in RPG Maker. But yeah, once again, let me know if the game is too loud or you can't hear it, because I cannot adjust my audio mixing when I have OBS on the window for some reason. So, all right, let's get into it. Start class trial. First of all, let's start with a brief explanation of the class trial. The outcome of the class trial is decided by your votes. I definitely haven't read this before. Trust. If you point out the blackened, only they will be punished. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one who tricked everyone will graduate from this academy. Also, yes, Sephi, thank you very much for the translation. Greatly appreciated. Finally, the second-class trial's begun. There's no such thing as being used to this atrocious game. I'm actually more anxious than last time. But if I'm afraid here, it can't be helped. As we did last time, let's think carefully with everyone. Now then, first! Wait a minute, there's something I want to ask first. Oh my, what's the holdup? What are you going to ask? Last time, it was my first time, so I didn't question it. But now that I think about it, I believe I have to ask this now. The body discovery announcement. What exactly are the conditions for the broadcast to show up? Mikaru, why are you suddenly asking this kind of stuff? If you find a dead body, then it shows the BDA. You just shut up. Woohoo! I see. After all, it is Mikaru, the one who paid attention to that, huh? Even so, it is basically as I can't say that name. Koboshikawa-kun says, when you find a body, I broadcast it. Only when at least three people have found a body, then the announcement will show up for everyone. Was it always like that? Is that a rule made on the spot, or was it applied from last time? Any suspects off the bat? That's a good question. At this moment, I'm really stumped on this one. Like, last time I felt pretty good about my guesses. Here, not so much. I am much less certain. I think I said the track girl was a suspect, but I don't have much faith in that. So, all things considered, I really don't know. I guess she's my suspect at the moment, but I'm not certain. Of course it was applied from the beginning. In Maki's case, Taira found it first, and then Mieda, and finally Hatano. Since the order was complete, it satisfied the condition of 3 people. The announcement came out because that rule was successfully completed. Right, it's true. The announcement rang the moment Hatano discovered it last. This thing, to say an important detail at a time like this. Lizette, did I not tell you about this? It's too late. Oh, crap. Well, you know, when people live, they forget. It's like that, right? Oh, I'm not human, but a bear, so it's okay. Okay. When more than 3 people find the body, well, that found criteria is not dwell on time, is it? For example, a week passes after the initial discovery, then the second one appears. And even if the third discoverer appears another week later, will the broadcast also ring? Yeah, time doesn't matter at all. When the first 3 people have seen a corpse in any way, the announcement will sound the moment the third person discovers the body. Alright, that should be relevant. Mikaru, I know it's fine to check the rules, but is the condition of the body discovery announcement important enough to ask? Wouldn't our main purpose now be to find the culprit? Keep quiet, I'm not over yet. Now then, Monokuma, this is the most important question. And that would be a witness to the crime includes the culprit? Oh? Huh? I've asked a question. You won't answer? You ask, does the witness include the culprit? Oh, well, that's a pretty, very super great, a whole delicate matter. I see. Even with a sharp sense, it becomes a problem. Okay, I'll tell you in this particular scenario. Depending on the characteristics of the case, whether or not the culprit is included in the discovery will be decided at the end of the trial. What? Then it's different this time? Then no one knows. It's up to our own judgment. That would also induce everyone to be against each other. I already told you this. When it comes to trials, I'm fairer than a Buddha, God, and Jesus combined. You said Jesus twice in a different meaning. Let's recap. In the last case, you said the announcement rang because Akane Taira, Yuki Mieda, and Ayame Hatano discovered the body. Then, in the last case, Mitsuhiro Higa, the culprit, must have been excluded from the equation of 3 people discovering the body. I excluded Higa-kun. In fact, it didn't matter much if I included him, since the first 3 people to discover it were there that time. Then, what about this case? The culprit who killed Kazuna Tamori. Did you include that person as a discoverer?
Huh? Yeah, that's right. Specification aside. Why the sudden dialect? Did you copycat Taira? What? My dialect ain't that awkward. I mean, I have the mainland pronunciation.
You don't seem to be enough from the mainland to mix different parts of every country.
No comment! No comment on that! Well, if you ask for my opinion on a particular case, I would be the one in the trial instead. If a judge enters a discussion, it's unfair, right? That would be a violation! Woo-hoo-hoo!
Huh, you're also evading the answer. Fine, just looking at your reaction makes me think I've touched a sensitive subject.
Nope, I don't know what you're talking about. What the hell is Makaru talking about? Somebody let me know. Well, that does it for the mischief to this point, and let's go on with the trial soon. Did you know that 12 o'clock is past already? Originally, I was going to start right away, but Miss Makaru sounded weird, and it's late now. Anyway, let's go. First, start with the arrangement of the case. Please begin the discussion.
Why did Makaru ask such a question? I have no clue what she's thinking. I'm curious, but now I have to focus on the trial without thinking about anything else. Time to arrange the scene. Let's gather everyone. See, I have so much less of an idea of what's going on compared to last time. I felt like I had a pretty good grip on things last time. Here, though, I am very much less sure. I hate to follow Monokuma's words, but we need to begin with the case. That is the topic at hand, because the people on the dormitory side at the time of the situation wouldn't know the details of this incident. Oh, right, what happened to them? After listening to the body discovery announcement, I was in a hurry to find you guys, and then Tomori. She was dead in the power room, all over with burn marks in the room. Okay, for those who know, reorganize the scene with the rest, and those who do not know the order of events. From now on, take some time to confirm your positions with everyone.
Kinjo-kun, don't you have something to tell us before that?
What?
You said you wouldn't make anyone a victim if we followed you. For that purpose, we agreed, and you got rid of a group of 3 people. And everything ended up like this. So why? Are you proud of it? Good job, then.
Okay, I would have to make amends to risk my own life and apologize for that, because I didn't keep my promise. But if you can't surpass this moment, everyone will die. It's a pity what happened with Tomori, but I also have a duty to keep you all from being executed in this class trial. If you don't like it, I'll be out of the trial. Yeah, I'm an incompetent cop who can't make promises anyway.
That's enough. Everyone is on edge. Think about other things later and focus on the trial for now.
Yeah, Akane, I know you mean well, but let's finish this first.
Yeah, and Kinjo-kun, I didn't mean to... Sorry.
It's fine. Then let's begin sorting out the case, step by step. Well, you know I won't say it anymore, but I don't help you, understand?
I don't need you, because there's Kinjo with us.
Are you talking to me?
No, Makaru, you can stay.
Don't let me do everything. We have to do it together. I said this to myself. Even for a useless person, you must understand the truth of this case.
Boo, all right.
Then let's begin. I didn't manage to get to the power room at the beginning of the whole incident to see it directly. Let's discuss what we heard and saw. The first part. Around 9 p.m., Hatano discovered a fire in the power room, was it? Yeah, I was walking down the corridor on the 2nd floor before nighttime, but when I entered the power room, there was black smoke coming out, because it seemed to smell like something burning.
You mean that's what happened? I was at the antique shop, but I had no idea.
I heard Hatano's yelling and rushed to the 2nd floor. Uehara and Makaru were together as we bumped into each other on the way. We went first to the power room, the epicenter of the fire. It was hot and smoky. The fire was about to spread from the control room to the outside. Yeah, it's exactly what Kinjo told me. I already know this part from Kinjo. What did Uehara do soon after? They used the fire extinguishers. Unfortunately, it's been like a week since I did the investigation now, so I feel like I'm gonna be a little rustier, which is not the ideal situation, but screw it, we ball. So you bought a fire extinguisher in the hallway on the second floor to extinguish the fire, right? Yeah, that's correct. By the way, how does Mieda know that? The ones in the area were Kinjo, Yuhara, Mikaru, and me. Oh, I asked Kinjo about it while investigating. Right, I told him. Mieda knows the unfolding process of the case. Is that so? Then let's continue. The four of us were putting out the fire. I heard something breaking inside the control room. At that moment, Kinjo looked at Yuhara and asked to see if someone was going out of the power room, and the other three, including me, went to the control room inside, and inside there was... Tamori was dead! Hello, Sleepy Mushroom, welcome, glad to see you. Yeah, at that point, the BDA came out. Taira and Kurikawa arrived to the power room soon after. Okay, from here on, our dorm team has joined, so let me speak. When we arrived, the fire had already been extinguished.
After that, like last time, Monokuma handed out the file and put us on time to investigate.
Right, from here on out are the things I've seen with my own eyes. Right after I examined the control room and returning, that happened. That being the wire injury. Shortly thereafter, Hatano had an accident in which her leg was injured by a wire trap.
That's what happened?
Yamaguchi said it before in front of the elevator. Didn't you hear? Dummy. You cannot be calling anybody a dummy, good sir.
Ayame-chan, it's really okay? You still seem to be a little wobbly.
No problem. It hurts a little right now, but it's not a major injury, so we can treat it properly after this trial. Isn't that right, Inori?
Yes. Well, you don't have to worry. Please continue with the trial.
Lying. We're lying. Ah. You, the leg wound. Is this an injury more serious than expected? What are you talking about? Didn't she say it was okay? Even pretense is useless. Do you think I can't read other people's minds? You, that incompetent, and the doctor. The atmosphere of you three. It makes it clear something has happened. Yeah, she definitely knows. Shall we guess? Let's see. How about the leg injury that's so serious you won't be able to use it ever again? What?
What are you talking about? Ayame-chan said she was okay. That's a lie, right? Makaru's just talking nonsense, yeah? Hey. Sorry, I thought you might be worried more, so I decided to keep this with Hatano. I lied. I'm sorry.
Inori, no! It's a lie? What do you mean?
In reality, Hatano's injury, the moving muscle tissue, the most important posterior tendon was amputated. Without luck, it's a serious injury. You might really have to wear crutches forever. What?
Why was she lying to say it's okay for that serious injury? This is the most important trial of all our lives. Every detail matters.
Sorry. Because of that, Hatano and I thought it was to avoid getting you guys confused, but I'm so sorry that Hatano tried to pretend to be okay. So sorry. Ayame-chan, it's a lie, right?
No, my Yuri! Tell us something! Sorry, I was lying.
What? Then it's really... Because the nurse's office is now locked, and since there are no facilities for treatment to treat the wound, it's literally hemostasis. It's really hard to stand still.
Isn't that too much for her? Hatano, shouldn't you get treated quickly, get healed, and come to the trial later? Hey, what are you talking about? What's more important than the trial?
That is... But Ayame-chan, she can't even run again.
No, I'm sorry, but I agree with Makaru. Whether your leg is crippled, cut off, or unable to walk, if you don't win the trial, you will die. It's more serious than what you mentioned before the trial. I lied that I was okay with this. As a result, I caused even greater confusion. Sorry, everyone.
Ayame-chan doesn't have to be sorry. Can't she be let go? At least to get a proper treatment? No, it is absolutely forbidden to leave the court during the trial. If you're worried about Miss Hatano's leg, you'll just have to finish the trial first.
You say that, but I'm also in agreement that I don't really care. But I want you to focus on finding the culprit. If the focus is on me, I'll just die standing.
But Ayame-chan...
So she says, but let me comply with the will. And don't you think it would be wise to finish the trial earlier in time and get treatment? Uehara is right. Hatano, it may still be painful, but please hold on a little. Let's focus on the trial for now, everyone.
Okay.
Thank you for your consideration, Akane. Then, let's get back to the main topic again. Alright, so the secret's out, the Yuri continues to thrive, and we are talking about a murder again. Yeah. Where did we end again? We were talking about Hatano's injury by the wire. Yeah, shortly thereafter, Inori took Hatano to provide first aid, went out of the power room, and continued the investigation. Yeah, no, Monokuma has been, like, really sadistic. I mean, like, he's always sadistic because it's Monokuma, but he's like, well, who cares about your leg? Trial! So, I mean, I guess since it's not, like, a life-threatening injury, he doesn't particularly care. Because I'm thinking of, like, Danganronpa 2, when he kind of saved Fuyuhiko and Nekomaru, but this seems less like it could mess up the game, so that's why I'm assuming he's more like, well, sucks to suck, you know? But, yeah. That's the end of it, right?
Quiz! But I think it's a useless question. Sorry in advance. The infirmary was locked, so how did you do Hatano's treatment, and where? Right, I needed something tough and thick to use as a bandage, and there were some things like rags in the warehouse. However, since it really is a substitute and only first aid, there's a possibility of additional sepsis and bacterial infection.
If she dies, we're cooked. Like, the doctor who knows how to, like, do all this medical stuff, we're cooked.
She will need antibiotics, just in case.
But in order to do that, we have to find out the killer and end this trial, right?
Yeah, but because someone died... Well, is there really another culprit among us? A killer who stabbed Tamori? Now, what are you doubting it for? That's for sure.
But if you point the killer gets executed. Seems like you're sacrificing one person to save Hatano. So, would you save the killer? To save a killer, 11 of us have to die? I agree. Let me say this, okay? A person who knows their own situation is cheap, even if they die here. How long will you use our time on useless topics? Is that true? This was made before DR2? Because the gap between DR1 and 2 was like 1 or 2 years, if memory serves. So, they made this quick then, if this was made between Trigger Happy Havoc and DR2. Wow, it's impressive.
I didn't mean it like that. I apologize. Also, how come Makaru and Kinjo team up? They seem to be getting better now?
I understand Atori's feelings, but is it okay? I feel the same because it feels like, in the end, whether or not we point out the killer in this trial, someone will be killed. I wish there were no victims, but that Bear Monokuma thing won't let us go. Damn it. Okay, so it was made after Danganronpa 2. That's what I thought when I was, like, looking at the years, but I got you. What purpose does he want to achieve? So, the case was cleared up. Who's the killer? We have to figure that out from now on. Honestly, this case has a lot of twists. Tell me about it, Tsurugi. If you think of it as an ordinary murder case, it's not gonna fit in at all. True, that is the Danganronpa way of things. First, let's solve the mystery of each event, one by one. The priority should be the victim's body. The body? Tomori's corpse was an important clue to be able to tell the whole story of this incident. There just aren't one or two secrets related to her body to the corpse. Personally, I didn't notice there was anything special. You were also, like, bleeding from the leg, so I would not blame you for not having noticed some things. The corpse, based on my investigation, let's present the evidence gathered. Yeah, I know, I just don't like them. The non-stop debates stress me out because I don't want to lose. Oh no. Ah! Shoot. What happened? Did it crash? No! What? It's not open. Okay, hold on. Oh no. I might have to skip back to where we were. Okay, one sec. I'm gonna move to the chatting screen. What happened? I didn't click anything, I thought. Okay, hold on. Alright, I'm just gonna skip right on back. I don't know how that happened. I hope that doesn't happen again. Things were going so well. Well, in the meantime... how's everybody doing? No, this trial will not give me a break. Like... There we go. Mute that while I'm skipping. They just want me to suffer. Alright, skip. Yes. Oh, shoot. Okay. The injury by the wire. I know, they're really trying to stop me from playing the game. Alright, we're almost there. Okay, we're there. Let me just switch on back to the RPG Maker screen. Whee! Okay. Hopefully that doesn't happen again, and we can continue on life as normal. Yeah, yippee, wahoo. Let us continue. Okay, I do know how to do this, but I accidentally hit. Appreciate the encouragement, y'all. Truly appreciate it. We have the stomach wound and Kurokawa's testimony. Okay, I do remember I, like, struggled low-key, but... A stomach wound. The whole body was bloody. But then a throat, they wouldn't have had to hit the stomach first. No, that's not what I meant. Oh, I wanted to use the other bullet. Uh-oh. It's okay. Trust, trust. What clues does the body have? The knife was on her neck. Maybe that's what I need to do? I need to do stomach wound on that first statement? That might be it. We're gonna try that. We're gonna try that. I know, I'm a little lost on this one too. It was written what she died of. I know. Fire, fire. No! I don't know! Am I the stupid one? It's the first non-stop debate of the trial. But like, I really don't want to lose. So... Okay, I have a proposal for y'all in chat, right? Do I pull up a walkthrough, and if I get to the point where I'm like about to die, I use it? Or do we just start over every time I die, and y'all are okay with watching me skip through? But it's what you guys would prefer, because I'm pretty okay either way. But I don't want to be like, I don't want to cheat, you know? But at the same time, I don't want to make you guys sit through me just restarting the trial all the time. So, what's the general consensus, do y'all think? But yes, I do have pictures of the clues taken. Let me, while we're debilitating. Yeah, the penalty for death is starting from the trial. Like, the entire trial. At least until you get to, like, the checkpoint, which is usually around halfway, if I'm going off of canon games. Can't find. There has to be a walkthrough somewhere. This game is so popular in the fanging community. I refuse to believe there's not a walkthrough. But I'm unsure what the consensus is on what we should do. Because, like, I promise I'm generally not stupid, but I sometimes get a little lost. At least I'm getting stuck on this specific non-stop debate. Let's see here. Okay, well, if there's no walkthrough, I guess I could always look at someone else's playthrough for the answers as well. Okay, tell you what. We're gonna do this the democracy way. walk through. Restart trial. Okay. I am leaving it in the public's hands. Democracy, yippee! This is true. Any voting for restarting truly does just want me to suffer specifically. While people are voting, I am gonna try and prep a walkthrough just in case I need it. La 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 la. Someone who isn't even like interesting or entertaining stuff. Yeah, see, I just want to do what the best experience would be for you guys. Because like if you guys think, "Oh, that's cheating and would get less enjoyment out of that," then I'm cool with it. Or if you guys think, "No, I don't want to watch her skip through the trial a bunch of times. That sounds horrendous." I will also respect that. So I'm giving y'all until I finish pulling up this walkthrough to decide. Okay. Okay. Let's have a look-see. The chat could watch a playthrough and get... I'd rather not risk the chat watching the playthrough and giving the hints because, it gets a little too questionable. Yeah, exactly what Maddie said. Too questionable to discern spoilers. So we won't do that. I'll just have it open and, you know, sneak a little peek. Okay, well, the people have spoken. Looks like I will be restarting the trial. If it gets to the point where, like, I'm about to get to the end and I'm, like, on 1 health, then I might ignore that, but I'm a woman of the people, so we shall restart. All right, let's get back into it then. Thank you all for entertaining my little democracy experiment. We shall proceed. Okay, I gotta lock in though to figure out what this is. Cause like, okay, I'm gonna look at my truth bullets again, right? Because maybe I'm just missing something. So there's the stomach wound. And then there's the other testimony. And like... the stomach wound was not... the fatal blow. If memory serves. So... what's confusing me here is like... Sorry, I'm just locked in because I don't want to lose. I think I was on the right statement. That felt right. But then it becomes a question of like, okay. Okay. Give me one more try. If it wasn't, then it might be this testimony. The knife was on the neck. Was it? I think it was, though. Whole body was... I know the whole body was covered in blood. That is just an objective truth of this case. She was dead. This is also true. So it has to be the first one. But I already tried the stomach wound. So I guess we'll try the testimony on that one, but... He said Monokuma gave him a clue that supported the evidence. The testimony is not Monokuma's clue, was it? Whatever. We're just... screw it. Go. No! Wait, that was the same bullet! Oh! Fuck! No! I wanted to try the other bullet, but I thought I changed it. Yes, I want to try again. Okay, go, 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 go. I hope you all are happy. This was your fault. You wanted this. It's okay, at least this way I'll be like back up at full health. La 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 la. Killing game where it's just a time loop because the protagonist keeps getting everybody killed. Alright, come on, come on. Alright. Live and learn. Oh wait, I wanted to... Oh well, whatever. Yeah, I know how to play. Okay. Let's change bullets this time. I don't... yeah, okay. Shoot, shoot, fire. What? How? How? I don't understand. Okay, sure. Thanks for my score. The weapon that stabbed Tamori was not a simple knife. It was a kitchen... What? Who cares? Who cares? It's still... That doesn't mean her statement was wrong. What? I'm gonna crash out. That's like... Okay, well at least we got it. But... What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, whatever. This one was not my fault. I'm gonna stand by that. Huh? A kitchen knife? That means my assertion that it was a knife is completely wrong, apparently. Okay, sure. Whatever you say. Right, it's even clearly stated in the Monokuma file. The definitive cause of death is a cut through the esophagus caused by a knife. Right, sorry, I can't remember well. You were wrong! It was a knife! Okay, it's fine, it's fine. But the kitchen knives are only in the kitchen. Is there any evidence the culprit brought it? There is. Because Kurikawa saw that a knife disappeared from the kitchen right after the incident. Right, Kurikawa? Yes. Thanks, Maddie. I just... okay, it's fine. That one really got to me. Too slow response.
So the killer brought the kitchen knife out of the kitchen?
I guess. It disappeared from the kitchen.
But that's a little weird. If the killer used a kitchen knife, there's a contradiction.
How? What are you talking about? Oh, so now I have to figure it out? Okay, fine. It's fine. Oh, wait, I think I know. Is that why Taira is speaking up? It's clear then. At the time of the crime, Taira should know that it was contradictory for the killer to oh, because she was in the kitchen. Okay, I do remember this. She was in there. Let me look at Kurikawa's testimony, because I want to see. Went to the kitchen, saw one of the knives was missing. Yeah, see, I still don't. That's still not whatever. Yeah, because she was in the kitchen. Taira, the contradiction is because you were in the kitchen at nighttime, right?
Yes, right. That's it, Maeda-kun.
What? But what does that mean? Makaru, didn't you say you weren't gonna meddle? I said I wouldn't help, but I didn't say I would not raise a question, asshole. Jeez.
Yikes!
Taira told... wow. Taira told me. She was cooking in the kitchen near the... speaking is apparently difficult. She was cooking in the kitchen near the end of nighttime. Cooking?
Yeah, I'm sure because I remembered I accidentally splashed oil on my clothes and wiped them in the bathroom.
So they must have taken it while you were in there? Help, my allergies are reacting to the bullshittery of that first non-stop debate. True! So true. Man.
Oh, that happened.
Wait.
If Taira was still in the kitchen at that point, how did the culprit take the knife from the kitchen without bumping into her?
Also, that's not at all. Also, that's not all that's weird. Taira said it was around nighttime, but Tamori's death was at 9:30, as written in the Monokuma file. Taira, I'm asking just in case. You're the last person in that area. Did you put all the knives in place before you left the kitchen?
Yes, I used them when I was cooking myself, so I remember for sure.
Wait, what? Then the knife that was used in the crime. Taira, if you checked all the knives in the kitchen, it doesn't make sense.
That's why it's called a contradiction.
If you think about it, do you think it's not a kitchen knife then? No, there are only kitchen knives in the kitchen. The second floor was open and I've been searching all places ever since. But when everyone started investigating, didn't Kurikawa say she saw the kitchen knife disappear? The knife used as a weapon. Kitchen. That's correct.
Which one is it?
Kinjo, don't you know? Sure, it's a contradiction. You don't even have to think about the ridiculous story of using another knife out of nowhere. Kinjo reached the limit. Now we're all finished. But there is only one way to solve this problem.
Really? How?
Very simple, in fact. Taira, you're lying right now. I mean, I was gonna say they're probably gonna accuse at least one of them of lying. I'm surprised they're accusing her and not the girl who disappeared for most of the investigation, but sure.
What?
Wait, why is it this way? Isn't it obvious? The Monokuma file doesn't lie. Then the time of death is sure to be 9:30. Also, the kitchen knife is only in the kitchen. Therefore, the order of events, the kitchen knife being taken from the kitchen, killed Kizuna Tamori, is established. These two facts can be proven with certainty. But what does Kane Taira mean? What proves that a woman was cooking in the kitchen?
Now, wait a minute. What are you trying to say?
Taira, I'm in doubt. Were you together with someone? Yes or no?
I was alone.
I can't believe someone without witnesses. Anyone can use it anyone can use it as if it's just a talkative alibi.
Oh no. Wait a minute. Why is the room like this all of a sudden?
I mean, she did admit she went to the bathroom for like 10 minutes after she spilled oil on her clothes, but if that was after the nighttime announcement, then that doesn't help her case at all.
I was really in the kitchen, guys.
But if Taira's words are true, it would never make sense. Taira, did you lie? Why did you lie? Don't tell me.
Taira's the culprit?
I mean, if she was the culprit, I feel like she wouldn't be saying, "Oh yeah, I was in the kitchen by myself. Trust." Like, it just doesn't make sense. We're also way too early. She was never a suspect in my mind.
Why am I the culprit? What reason is there for me to kill Kizuna-chan? There's nothing.
I got it. She kept ignoring your persuasions and invitations. Did you bear a grudge?
Funny, really. Kizuna-chan grunted a lot, but in the end she accepted us. The murder happened after that.
I concede you may not be the killer. Still, to say you were in the kitchen would be a lie. Why are you lying like that?
No, it's not a lie.
Taira, tell me honestly. I want to believe you, that you are not the culprit. But then Taira's really lying to us? Oh, she's jumping to her defense. I could definitely see, like, these two protecting each other, you know? Like, Akane very much seems like the type to be like,
Ayame would never do anything.
So maybe that's why she's lying for her? But I'm not sure. Wait, I can't tolerate Akane being the culprit without cooperation. But I'm not trying to blame her. It just doesn't make any sense if Taira's words were true. Nah, there's a case where Akane's words can be proven to be true enough. What? Seems you haven't realized. Since you don't, let me show you. In fact, Akane never lied. Alright, I would like to maybe relearn the controls, because it's been a while. Pressing the decision key, shift with the right truth knife. You could change the truth knife with left and right arrow keys. Shift key is useless for white text, and when decision is pressed, the words are cut in the order the opponent said them. Be careful. Also, if you dispute the wrong yellow text, your HP will be reduced. When speaking, power is 0, your HP will be reduced. Please pay these in mind when refuting an argument. Alright. Broken window, Kinjo's testimony, blood traces. Okay, I'm definitely gonna, like... Whoa. No, I wanna, like... Wait, how do I... What's my swipe button? Shoot. Oh, it's enter. I'm stupid. It's okay. I did not pay attention to what she was saying. Taira's fatal injury was a cut to the throat, meaning it's not hard to think death was instant. What was Kinjo's testimony? In the time of tomorrow's death is almost consistent with life. You don't know that. After Akane left the kitchen... That's wrong? Oh, nope, I'm wrong. Okay. Hold on. Since I'm at a pausing point, I'm gonna reread my bullets. Ooh, pizza bites! Sounds delicious. I haven't had those in a few years? Alright, let's see here. are the blood marks? A blood smear dropped on the switch towards the entrance. She died deep within. Means the killer ran away injured. The person disappeared clearly outside of the room from the entrance. If they came out this way, why is the window broken? Okay. So probably not that. Window fragments. I don't think it's that either. What was the other thing? It was Kinjo's testimony? Okay. He grabbed a fire extinguisher. There was a sound of glass breaking. When he entered, he saw the body at the end of the room. I wonder if people discovered the body. Okay. I gotta read her words again. If Akane's words are true, Tamori died, the knife was in the kitchen. Then it's simple. As soon as they killed Tamori, they took the knife back. They could not have done that. The time of death was 9:30. You can't use the kitchen knife before that. There is no other explanation for this. You can't use the kitchen knife before 9:30. No, there's still a contradiction. Tamori's fatal injury, it was a cut to the throat, meaning it's not hard to think death was instant. In other words, is almost consistent with using the knife. Okay. In fact, let's not solve the rest. After Akane left the kitchen, the culprit returned to the power room with the knife and stabbed Tamori's body. That has to be it. Okay. If they returned to the power room, that's definitely the wrong statement. Because I already tried. Maybe it's gotta be Kinjo's testimony, right? Because if they went back, wouldn't they have they would have run into the group. So it's gotta be that. Also, Maddie, I see your messages. I'm hoping, can you spoiler text each answer so that if I do need to check that at any point, I won't see the ones below it, you know what I mean? Anyway. Okay, I think this is the answer. I think I've got it. Knowing this, you never know, but Kill. Okay, where is it? Please. Okay. Okay. Locked in. Heck yeah. Okay. My mind. Too sharp. Hatano, I'm sorry, but there's a contradiction in that logic. What are you talking about? Isn't it possible to commit a crime while proving Akane's words? Hatano, you mean the killer is taking a knife out of the kitchen right after Taira leaves the kitchen to wash her clothes? And they run straight to the power room and put the knife back into Mori's body? Yeah, if you move quickly, it's quite possible in less than 3 minutes from the kitchen to the power room. Fast isn't the problem. Did you forget, Hatano? By the time nighttime began, you guys were putting out a fire in the power room. Oh! Hatano, Kinjo, Makaru, Uehara. If 4 people are in the power room and walk in with an object that stands out like a kitchen knife, it couldn't be missed or hidden in plain sight. In other words, even if someone secretly managed to pull the knife out of the kitchen while Akane was out, it's absolutely impossible to enter the control room and stab the knife into the body. I can't... Thanks for the explanation, Maeda. Thanks to you, it saved us some trouble. Like Maeda said... Hatano, I understand that you're a close friend to Taira. Unfortunately, if Taira's words were true, there would be an absolute contradiction to appear in her testimony. Akane, speak your mind. Did you lie? Can I say one more important detail in this? When the current body discovery announcement showed up, the 4 of us who put out the fire and the 6 in the student dormitory confirmed each other, so there's an alibi for us. But Akane Taira and Mikako Kurakawa, you two have no alibi. Well, this much has been proven thus far. Girl, what are you hiding? Taira really killed Tamori? No! I'm not the real killer! Taira? Really, the kitchen knife thing. I really don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken. But I'm not the culprit. I didn't kill Kizuna-chan! Akane, really? Can I trust you? But how do you explain that when you don't have an alibi? If you don't have it, it means either Taira or Kurakawa is the culprit. You're the most potential suspect in every way. Is it so weird to cook alone and go to the bathroom? I just happen to be alone. Taira, tell the truth. If you're not guilty, prove your innocence. Is she really the culprit? Certainly, even without an alibi, there's 1 or 2 places in doubt. But was she really with Tamori? No, I can't just doubt it yet. Not until all the riddles are solved. I have to think what's been missing in the entire premise thus far. Oh no, oh no, okay. Teruya, fuse line, glass shards. Okay, I'm gonna watch everything first. Is the culprit the Chinese? What? I'm not. Kane doesn't have an alibi. 8:30. Kabishikawa. There's no alibi for an hour and 30 minutes with a witness missing. That would be enough time to kill the person and for the fire. I did not! What was the fire for? There was a lot of confusing things at the scene. Lighters and flashlights and fuse lines. If she doesn't have an alibi, she would be able to obtain them. Okay, that might be it. I don't think she has an alibi, so I think what we have to disprove, yeah, is that she could have procured the tools. Okay, let me look at my bullets. It was the fuse line, the glass, and like someone's testimony. I don't think it was the testimony. Let me look at the fuse line. The fuse line, a little bit is burned. Okay, I don't think it's that. Burn marks. I need to know what my bullets are again. I don't remember. Okay. Yeah, I know. The fuse line, the shards. Oh, sticky keys. No. Fuse line, burned fuse line, and glass shards. Okay, I'm gonna look at this while they're going. Glass shards. Where even... Did I not take a picture of that one? Neither of these were really tools. I guess I'm gonna try the shards. Because there's no way it's Wait, maybe it is the testimony. Because Teruya always talks about, like, stuff going missing. Oh, the wire didn't... Okay, wait. Go. Go. Shoot. Enter. No, I missed it! Ugh, okay. Hold on, I think that was the answer. At first I was like, no, it can't be a testimony, but then I realized he always talks about what's in the... Yeah. Okay. This game is brutal. How do I use that arrow down there? It says use the arrow, but I don't. Don't quite know how. Come on. Get me there. Okay, shoot, fire. Yes! Yes! Alright. We're locked and loaded. We're doing great. Oh, thank you for the walkthrough. I have a guide to the Hangman's Gambit, because I knew that was in Korean beforehand, so I definitely, I do have a guide for those, but I appreciate that as well. Okay, alright, we're good. We're chilling. Wait, Kobishikawa, that's impossible. What? You mean about Taira procuring the tools used in the crime? Yeah, she has no alibi for the time being. I can't deny that. Bringing the tools, however, there sure is one. Oh-ho! You seem certain about that alibi. I want to hear this. The reason I know this, it's because somebody told me. Right, Otori? Huh? Otori knew it. The lighter and fuse disappeared during nighttime. Gone? From where? My guess would be the antique shop again. Lot of murder weapons procured from that antique shop. Otori mentioned he went to the antique store every day. After Maki's incident, the antique store was filled with most of the items. Then, after nighttime on the second day, the things used in this case suddenly disappeared, as mentioned by Otori. Oh, that's it. That's right, I did check them. So, you're saying... wow, that was not the right voice. So, you're saying the killer took the tools during nighttime on the second day? That would be the case, unless Otori's lying. No lie, it's true! Hey, the second day, Otori, was almost 2 days ago. Why didn't you talk back then, knowing what kind of scheme was made when Maki was... I'm sorry. At that time, I was unable to figure things out properly. It could have been my own mind playing tricks, so I wasn't really sure about it. Well, if you're sure the tools were gone then, the killer took the tools in the middle of the night on the second day. That's what happened so far, if I understand this correctly. May I ask why that becomes Akane's alibi? Why Otori's testimony becomes Akane's alibi? It's because she can't go to the antique store that night. Right, Uehara probably doesn't know about the three who weren't with Kinjo, and only the rest knows. So we know she can't go to the antique store during the night, and that reason is... what was she doing? The antique store is not off limits. Oh, that's right. The rule. We couldn't go out at night. We established that. Yeah. For a second, I was confused for just a second because I was like, last I checked, there wasn't a rule they couldn't go out, but that's a Monokuma enforced rule. She was part of our group. Okay, so if we follow this line of thinking, right, down the logical conclusion, that would mean the person who took the tools would have been one of the three who, like, weren't part of our pact, and excluding the victim, that leaves, Kinji and, Makaru. Not Makaru. Oh my gosh, I'm blanking on her name. Fortune teller lady. Exorcist lady, I mean. Jeez. So I assume now suspicion is probably gonna turn on the fortune. I need to stop. I don't know why I'm calling her fortune teller. On the exorcist, because like she's kind of been sus. But this really doesn't prove anything, because just because we all like pinky promised not to go out at night, that doesn't mean everyone actually followed it. So we'll see where this goes. It's because of the nighttime rule, of course. Nighttime rule? Wait, what? Oh, it was Makaru who also was not part of the group. I'm sorry, I had this completely wrong. I was completely right the first time. I don't think she took them though.
If it's the nighttime rule, that's what Kinjo decided, right? To not come out of our rooms after 10.
When did you decide that? Makaru and Uehara have no choice but to know now, because the group decided when you weren't there. Oh, wait, that's it. They don't come out of the room at night. That means that all the rest, meaning Makaru and Uehara, who are on their own, could have come out after nighttime. Yeah, in other words, she was also in the time frame alibi during night. I mean, like I just said, it's not really an airtight alibi, but...
Yeah, I never came out of my room at night.
Wait a minute. There's no alibi at all. Yeah, we're on the same page, unfortunately. Huh? That nighttime rule isn't a rule set by Monokuma, is it? So what makes you think it's a genuine rule? You don't get killed from breaking it, and there's no evidence if you did, correct? That's... I'm sorry, but I think the same thing. Even if Akane followed the rules faithfully, it's no different from before without evidence. Does that mean... No, with that rule, her alibi could be enough.
Kinjo-kun?
Oh, what is it now? Until now, you've been pushing Akane, Taira. But you're a defense this time? Don't tell me you're gonna accept your own rules now because it's a self-made rule. Surely not. I know the laxity the rule has. It's lax? Of course, as Makaru said, it wasn't a formal rule and it was decided by ourselves, so there's no problem with breaking it. What? Break it? Isn't that actually helping a culprit? Oh no, Kinjo! Did you suggest such a thing even though you knew this would happen? Sorry, I kept this a secret from you guys. Actually, I did some work on your private rooms.
I'm sorry, what? You did what?
Work? Indeed. Alright, I don't know if I... What did you do? Oh, okay, that's fine. I don't know what I expected him to say, like, but honestly, like, a little invasive maybe, but smart. Like, low-key, that's really smart. I'm sorry, I kinda have to say, I kinda have to agree. Every night, I put a thin thread on the door of your rooms. Thread?
What does that mean?
In fact, it is positioned so it passes between the walls connecting the door and the door frame. When you do this, the tape will break when the door's opened, and the thread will break as well.
So if the thread was broken, it would seem like someone had opened the door.
Now, I've been watching at night every day this way. As each nighttime starts, I put a new thread, and I got up early than everyone to check if any of the threads were cut. So I can guarantee you, Akane's never been out of the room a single night past 10 p.m. Huh, did you do that? You, who knew exactly who left their rooms on the night the tools were gone? No, unfortunately, I didn't find that out. Like, yeah, I know he said dictatorship isn't that bad, which I can't support that one, King. But also, he is kind of eating this trial up, so... What do you mean you couldn't figure it out? You mean you couldn't confirm the thread was broken? No, it's because no one had broken the thread. What? That means... You mean no one left their room at night on the second day? To be precise, no one except Makaru, Uehara, and Tamori. Because those three were an exception. Okay. Okay, hear me out. I can't think that it was Makaru. I am blissfully choosing to deny that it could be Kinji. Because he hasn't done anything. Like, you know? So, I know that's not proof of his innocence in any capacity, but shush. Which would leave Tamori. I could see this turning into, like, maybe Tamori planned a murder or the explosion, and then the killer kind of turned it around on her. You know what I mean? So, we'll see. Kinjo is kind of that guy. Maybe dictatorship won't be so bad when you have to restart the trial a few more times. We'll see about that. Then that means it was one of those three who were able to use the tools at that time. However, Tamori is already dead, so either Makaru or Uehara are the culprit. Don't make such rash judgments. I swear I didn't commit a murder. I believe him. I don't know. Vibes. He's just his vibes. He didn't do it.
Now, wait a minute. Kinjo, what does it mean for us to have a thread on our door as a secret?
What do you mean? I explained it was a device to check if you were out of the room.
Not like that. It's if you couldn't trust us at all. I mean, you were spying on us without saying a word?
She's right, Kinjo. You don't believe in us, do you?
Dog, it's a death game.
If we screw up, we all die. I kind of think he's based for this. And it's not like he was, like, invasive or spying on you. I don't know. This, honestly, based. I don't agree with everything he does, obviously, but, you know, it's not my reality to believe or not to believe. It's just my nature, my personality. I'm basically always suspicious of everyone. Yeah, he did say this, other than me.
But why is that your nature?
What's with the expressions of disapproval? I proved her alibi thanks to the thread on the door, right? Reasoning that it's impossible. Unless you're basically suspicious of others.
Kinjo-kun, you really... Stop it! Why do you keep trying to fight? This isn't the time right now. While we're doing this, Hatano's leg.
Everyone, calm down, even if I omit my legs. How many times is this gonna repeat already? It's not too late to cover up disputes either, after the trial's over. Now, let's focus on the case, please.
Okay.
So, is it just me and the priest who eventually took the tools? For now, I think so. But isn't that funny? You guys, all the other kids are suspicious, but Tsurugi Kinjo is not at all? It's a good point. I was about to bring this up. I was gonna say, when are they all gonna be like, wait, but Kinjo, since you did your, like, thread thing, couldn't you have just lied about what you were doing? Yeah, I was kind of expecting it to take this turn. What? I'll say this again. No matter how much you claim Akane Taira is in the kitchen, it's useless without evidence. What do you prove, Tsurugi Kinjo? That someone attaches thread to a door? Where's the evidence that confirms your actions?
Kinjo?
If you think he's the culprit, in all situations he can sleep at will. Why is Tsurugi Kinjo not suspicious then? Do you think I'm the culprit now? Well, I'm just talking about possibilities. But you know there's no evidence in your words, do you? If that's the case, then there's no evidence for Atori's testimony, right? the only one who checked these items was Atori. And even though it was just gone on the second day, we have no way to check it. Yeah, this is like a slippery slope, you know? Once we start being like, we can't take anyone's word at face value, we're not gonna be able to get anywhere, like, at all. So, it's a difficult balance. I get why they're like, yeah. What in the blazes? You can't believe me now? One moment, if Kinjo or Atori's words are false, then isn't Akane's alibi also false?
What? I'm telling the truth here.
Everyone's in disarray. It's like they're trying to look for reasons to distrust each other, even more than in Maki's trial. Has our trust started to break? I don't want this outcome. I'm powerless on my own. Enough. Considering the true or falsehood of the testimony will change nothing. I believe the testimonies that have already been pointed is already a testimony worth considering. I'd like to approach this from the other side of the case. That is more words than I think she has spoken the entire time. Kurikawa,
I think this is the first time I came here that you've said the longest speech.
Yeah, see? Same wavelength. Kurikawa's right, you guys. Now, don't mind the trivial things. A lot of time's already passed. Focus on the idea of finding the culprit. Yeah, no, given how long this trial is allegedly, I don't think we're close.
As soon as you finish, will it be daybreak by then? Am I already half asleep right now?
You shut up. Yes, it seems we were so enthusiastic about the killer being liars. As Kurikawa said, let's turn around halfway back and move on. Okay, I think that would be good, because I also want to avoid making discord with you guys. Do whatever you want. To go around halfway, you mean talking about the identity of the criminal? Are you gonna put things aside for a while? Either way, whether Taira lied or not, we don't have the evidence, no matter who's right or not. Let's first solve another mystery. Okay, that's fine too. The more urgent it is, the more necessary it is to go back to. But even if we go back, what do we do first? Basically the same as before. Do you guys recall? The most important thing in this case is the dead body. But aside from who the culprit is, tell me what doubts you have about it. Then the path towards the outline for the culprit will look more natural. The body. Tamori's body was the most important clue. Let's recall my memory how the body looked. Please don't be a non-stop. No! Okay. What are my bullets? Cloth, wound, blood-marked entrance. Okay. Tamori was killed. Okay. Stomach cut could be fatal, but they would have a throat scream to convince. They wouldn't have had to hit the stomach first. Okay, that might be important. Was dead in the switchium. Why did she go? Oops. Sorry, I keep holding shift and it's giving me sticky keys. It's possible the killer moved it. Some way went to the switch room. Instant death with a knife. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Alright. Locked and loaded. Atori, that's not it. Remember? Tamori's cause of death was obviously the neck wound, but there was another wound. There was another one? The stomach wound, that's right! Right, that's the important point.
The stomach was stabbed?
Why is that important? The killer just stabbed her twice, right? In general it is, but think about it. cause of the neck wound. In this case, for some reason, you stabbed your victim in the stomach and then the neck later. If you were gonna kill in the neck from the start, why would you stab the stomach first? The stomach was hit cleanly, but the fatal wound was missed. However, she was killed in the end. Is there something amiss? This kind of maybe backs my earlier theory that it was like she set it up and then the killer turned it on her, and so like the killer took the knife from her, they were struggling, and it was like wow to the stomach first, and then ended up going for the knife kill after that in the struggle, you know? We'll see though. Ugh, that's so cruel. You can probably see it like that. Looking at the case as a whole, it takes something to put into notice. What? What do you mean something to notice? Perhaps the fire has something to do with it? Fire? That's right. It turned out there was a fire in the Switchium room. Yeah, it's also important. You guys, don't you think the fire happened unnaturally? I mean, yeah, that's true. If you see a fuse on the wall and even a lighter on the floor, you could see it right away. So, are you saying the killer started the fire for some reason? That's kind of funny. The killer started the fire! Or however the song goes. It was always burning since the world's been turning. Is there any reason to do that?
This is also a question that doesn't really matter. Is the power room okay? I'm sure the Switchium is a really important place, so I heard. It's a big deal if it gets damaged. Well, it's a really big place. It's cool. Of course, a fire was there. Fortunately, we lived because the fuse line was laid to burn only the walls. But, oh, I was supposed to not speak, right?
Okay. What did you just say? It was laid to only burn the wall?
Oh, it was kind of puzzling after all. There was such a big fire, but Tamori's body didn't burn at all.
Why would they want to burn the walls? Only the wall without touching the machines or the body? Was there something on the walls? Yeah, I was gonna say, like, she wrote a dying message, but I don't... If there was a message on the wall, maybe, but... Or they were trying to get the blood off the wall, but why? Why does that matter? If it's a wall, what else was there? They had to have burned the wall for some reason, and the most logical conclusion is there was some... I think we already established there was perhaps evidence of a struggle, maybe? And so, if that was the case, and they fought, right? Then I assume some way, somehow, the culprit's evidence that that could point to their identity got on the wall, and that's why they needed to burn it, I guess? I don't know what evidence would require burning the wall, but that's my current hypothesis. A wall. If there's something on the wall in the Switchium room, there's something that comes to mind. Wait. Looking back, there was a line passing by it too. It was on the wall of the Switchium with something else. What? What was the question? There was a line... I mean... Those... Oh yeah, there was a struggle. Okay, so we did establish there was a struggle. I was right about that, but... Mori left a message. Is it the window? Is that what they mean? Because that was the other thing that was on the wall. But this was also burnt. What is the exact question here? The third flashlight. What are they asking me? I think it's either the flashlight, the message, or the window. But, okay. I'm gonna... I guess I'm gonna go with the window and hope I'm not wrong. Okay, nice, nice. I'm so good. I'm so good at this. I was not sure at all. I was like, okay, 1 in 3 chance. But trust. I knew it the whole time, guys. Yeah, what was on the wall? There was a glass window.
The glass window?
The big glass window, but wasn't it broken by the time we arrived? Oh, well, turns out when Kinjo and the others brought the fire extinguisher to put out the fire, didn't they say they heard something cracking or breaking inside? That's right. At the time, I thought it was the sound of someone in the switchium breaking the window and going outside. I asked Yohara to check the entrance of the power room. In the end, no one was seen. Wait a minute, if the only thing on the wall of the switchium room is the glass window, the culprit's purpose was to burn the window?
Well, I think I heard this somewhere. When the glass is heated, it becomes fragile. Then the killer set off the fire to the switchium after killing Tamori, and broke the fragile glass window while everyone put out the fire and took advantage of this to escape.
Wait, isn't that weird? If that's the case, all you have to do is heat up the window and break it. There's no reason to do a big job by setting the whole wall on fire for some reason, right? It's possible it was used as a smoke screen. Actually, Yohara tried to check the entrance, but didn't he say he couldn't see anything because of the smoke?
Well, that's too complicated.
Anywho. He says anywho. That's funny. Anywho, doesn't that mean someone was inside the switchium right before we got in? Then, me and Kinjo were gathered at that point. Uehara, Mikaru has a definite alibi, right? No, you guys are making a big mistake right now. Huh? What do you mean? Think more carefully. Then, in your thoughts, you can spot the contradictions. No! Okay. Alright. The fuse line, the message, the shards, the note. Okay. Fuse line, message, shards, note. You're mistaken. What do you mean? Might be the shards? I don't know. Surely the fuse and the lighter were used. Okay. Probably true. The reason the killer used those to set a fire. The fuse was only surrounded by the wall. That would have burnt the walls. There were no special... Okay, that's definitely wrong. The note, I assume, is what we need to throw at there. Because the note was also burned. So... that's gotta be it, right? The killer was prying the glass open to escape. If it was so fragile... Oh! Wait. Okay. The purpose of the fire was for the glass window. If so, what are we mistaken about? Well, the shards, they didn't pry it open. It broke, right? Because they were talking about the shards. So... during the investigation, there was something Kinjo... Okay, so it is the shards thing. Okay. Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you, game. Okay. Oh my gosh, make sure I have the right bullet. That would be ideal. Go. Alright. We're locked in, everybody. I think that first non-stop debate was just so, like, contrived that it set me up to expect that I wouldn't be able to get any of the rest of them, but I'm doing okay after that one. so... We're cooking. Yeah, that's it. Yeah? That's what? As Kinjo said, I think we were mistaken on one thing. It's what Inori said right now. The broken glass. That's what I mean. What are you talking about? We know for sure the glass window's broken, don't we? Yeah, the glass window is broken, but it wasn't broken by anyone. It wasn't broken by anyone? Did the window break on its own? That's a bit ridiculous, but I guess it's not a wild fantasy. No, Maeda made a very precise point. As Maeda mentioned, the window was broken alone without anyone touching it. Wait, really? Is it possible? Like Inori said, the glass is weak to heat. Of course, it can withstand a certain degree, but if it's heated directly, or if the temperature difference between the indoor and outdoor is severe, the weakness becomes more prominent. Guys, do you remember the structure of the Switchium room? It was completely enclosed space except for the entrance, right? In fact, even when the fire broke out, I couldn't feel any heat outside. Yeah, Kinjo's words are correct, but still, isn't it too much for a glass to break just by a thermal change without any external force? Of course, if the conditions are just right, it's not impossible, but... I don't know what you're saying. Right, as Inori mentioned, the logic is a bit far-fetched, but what if the conditions were met? Huh? I don't know if anyone noticed it, because it wasn't a part that was noticeable at the scene of the incident, and because the Switchium itself is dark and no one was probably interested in it, but the glass window of the Switchium was very tight. That's it. If the heat alone was left with enough time to break by itself, Kinjo's words would make sense. Hey, it's an interesting reasoning, but what's the basis of it? That it was only possible that the glass could break on its own by hearing this? You didn't throw this out without thinking, right? Of course not, because Kinjo's remarks have an adequate basis. Isn't that right, Kinjo? Right. Did you also notice it, Maeda? Yeah, actually, I was also guessing when I said the window wasn't broken by someone. The exact reason the glass broke on its own, it's probably because of the glass shards, right, Kinjo? The shards? Correct. Please don't tell me I'm the only one in the world that doesn't get this until you give me a proper explanation. At first, I only knew the killer would make use of the window in some way to escape without fail, but Kinjo said during the investigation... Then please do. I need to investigate the window more. Oh, Kinjo, one sec. Can I ask one more thing? I just heard the whole situation from... you, but I still don't get what's weird about the glass shards from the window. To simply put it, it's neatly broken. Huh? The glass was neatly broken. What does that mean, you ask? In other words, it means if you broke it with human strength, it wouldn't break like this. It's human power. It's neatly broken. I don't understand it. I see. What you mean is the broken shape. When I listen to Maeda and think again, it really feels like that. Yeah, if someone breaks a window with their hand or a blunt object, it should crack and break like a spider web. Have you ever experienced it at least once? You accidentally broke a glass, or the shape of a broken glass. Oh, definitely. It looks like it was broken into a very complex shape, like cobwebs. But how was the glass window of the Switchium? It's like a broken shape, as if part of the window somehow got neatly removed. No matter how you look, don't you think it was broken in an unnatural way? It certainly looks that way. There seems to be no contradiction in Kinjo's words. Huh. Funny, isn't it? Makaru, you must have known this. I'd like you to stop trying to test me. I don't think the class trial is a joke, Makaru. Oh my, thanks for the advice. I'm just worried that one day you'll become as lost as these friends of yours. She's so, like, cartoonishly asshole-ic. Like, oh, friends, I'm not going to cooperate with you plebeians. Like, it's cracking me up a little bit.
Kinjo, don't mind Makaru. Keep going.
Actually, they just finished explaining. Wait a minute. If Kinjo's words are true, then when the fire broke out, doesn't it mean that nobody was inside the switchium? Oh, so that's what he meant.
Wouldn't that be very likely? If someone was inside and were trying to escape, it would be quicker to break the glass naturally itself instead of waiting to be heated in order to break itself.
Yeah, besides, Yohara at the time opened the entrance to the power room guarding it. No matter how thick the smoke was. If someone tried to leave, they would have been caught. That time, we all thought we hadn't seen them because we all knew someone broke the glass. But in reality, no one was inside the switchium. Okay, so that's how, like, they quote-unquote escaped, is because they were never in there. But I don't really see how this helps us. And thus, the killer deliberately heats the glass and breaks itself, for the reason of making us think someone inside the switchium broke the glass and escaped. Okay, so the only reason they do that, right, would be to create a false alibi. Which means it's probably one of the people who fire extinguished, but I thought they had alibis for like 9, and her time of death was like 9:30. Hold on, I'm gonna look. Or at least try to. Okay, she died at 9:30. So yeah, I don't think it could really be any of these people who helped with the fire extinguishing, because the Monokuma file says she died at 9:30, and Kinjo I'm sorry, Hatano shouted the switchium was on fire at 9. So that means it was on fire while she was alive, right? Okay. Okay, I think I'm maybe starting to put it together. In the end, everyone's alibi no longer holds. Is that the conclusion? Huh? Think about it. If there was no one inside the switchium, the killer was ready to start a fire in advance. He could mix in with us at any time. If that is the case, aren't you saying it's possible for anyone to start a fire, including Kinjo and the group who went to put out the fire when the window was broken, and the rest of us on the dormitory side? That's not what I expected him to say! Oh, you mean we don't have an alibi either? Yamaguchi is right. Anyone could commit a crime by reasoning from the information provided thus far. Hold on. Isn't that established under the premise that the person who caused the fire is the culprit? It hasn't been clear yet, but it seems too hasty.
There's no reason for a person who's not the culprit to set up a fire. I'm not crazy enough.
Even so, at the beginning, the timing of this incident, Tamori's death occurred around 9:30 p.m. Was anyone close by during that time?
I mentioned this earlier, but I was cooking alone. I was looking around the warehouse for things to help with the treatments. It was useful for Hatano's first aid.
I was just laying in my own bed. What the? You mean everyone was alone? There does not seem to be anyone near the time of the crime. The only way we could see each other was to find out where each one was, or where the alibis were lost, with the exception of Makaru, Uehara, and Kurakawa.
What? Then were we back to where we started? There's no evidence that everyone has an alibi, or to deduce the culprit. That's why...
You mean, there's no one in doubt? No suspects? I mean, it's not that there's no suspects, it's more that, like, almost everybody's a suspect. But then, who was it? Why are we back to Akane? She's no more culpable than any of you. Alright, whatever. Taira, except you.
What? What? Isn't this deja vu again? You know, maybe you're in an infinite loop now.
Stop doubting Akane! Didn't the talk about her testimony finish before? No, it wasn't over. It's just, it was put on hold because there was so much uncertain information. Nothing resolved about why she lied.
No, I didn't lie. Wait, it's not Taira, as the testimonies of Kinjo and Hattori proved, right?
Yeah, that's right. Whoever the culprit is, they had to prepare a fuse and a lighter to start a fire, but wasn't it mentioned that Akane didn't come out of her room in the middle of the night when we went to our rooms? I'm uncertain about that. Frankly, I'm suspicious of each of them, and they were all put on hold. Shouldn't we use the information we have, even if it is uncertain information? Unless there's an objection to definitely deny it? I apologize. I'm really sorry. Even if there's an alibi for bringing the tools, I'll just keep it in mind. Akane's lie, however... To be honest, it's the same with me. If she's not the killer, why did she make such suspicious remarks?
Hey, I told you I might have been mistaken. Well, either way, Taira wouldn't be able to get the tools, so she can't be the killer. Enough with this meaningless argument.
You are really just stupid.
What now? Do you think we're stupid?
Is it so stuffy that you couldn't see it? Want me to share some insight? Girl, I thought you weren't gonna... Same mind. I was just about to say, thought you said you weren't gonna help us. What the? At the start of the class trial, you said you wouldn't even help. Oh, did I? Then I won't meddle. Do it yourself. Yeah, I was gonna say, she's just gonna be like, okay, never mind. And then he's gonna be like, no, you should say it. No, that isn't...
Listen, first, Makaru might know something, you know?
I'll tell you one thing for those who are ignorant and poor. It's that there is a method for the criminal to get their tools without using their hand.
What?
I don't know what that means. To get the tools without, like, using their hands? Without, like, leaving the room? Say it then. The most representative example is an accomplice. Oh no. Oh, we're cooked if there's an accomplice involved. But you'd think we would know by now that there's, like, no reason for there to be an accomplice. Because the killer wouldn't want an accomplice because they could rat, and the accomplice has a good reason to rat, that being if the killer wins the trial, the accomplice will die with everybody else. So, by the rules of the killing game, there isn't really a reason for someone to be an accomplice, but we'll see where it goes. You suspected there could have been an accomplice in the last trial, right? But Makaru, isn't it less likely that we have one in this case? We were informed that the only person to escape would be the killer. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. Moreover, even if there was an accomplice, it's impossible for them to bring the tools. According to Kinjo, in the middle of the night, the day the tools disappeared, not only Akane, but also none of us left our private rooms. Except for the 3 who didn't act with us.
Then it's gotta be Uehara and Makaru are the ones who helped Taira.
I mean, we're overlooking the fact it could have been the victim.
But why are you making it out as if it's a thing where I can't apparently say the sentence? Why are you already making it confirmed as if I did it? It's not me!
Okay. Surely Makaru and me were able to roam around without any restrictions that day. But I haven't shown up to the antique shop until now. You don't even have to doubt me or Kinji Uehara, the person who brought the items from the antique shop. Can't you see it? Based on the testimonies from Kinjo and Hattori, there were only 3 people who were free to move around during that day. Makaru saying the accomplice is obviously visible. Surely it can't be that person. Yeah, it's Kazuna. That's what I was saying. She did it. Makaru, the person who brought the tools. You mean it was Tamori?
Huh?
It was Tamori? That's right. If you have an accomplice, Tamori Kazuna shows up. You can't see anyone else, can you? By the way, I'm so ashamed that the incompetent had to answer this. Wait a minute. Tamori's the victim, though. Why is she an accomplice? I'm not sure exactly. But the only ones to bring the tools were Makaru, Yohara, and her. She was a victim, so I wondered if there would be a contract with the criminal at some point. Incompetent. This is a common pattern, is it not? The story of the criminal tricking someone into a crime. Speaking of which, the criminal took advantage of the accomplice in the end. Wait a minute. Kinjo. Kinjo could also bring the tools at nighttime. There's no way to prove Kinjo was out of his room or not. Didn't time run out while talking about that? Believe or not to believe? You're free to believe. Now, I think it's wise to follow more clear information than uncertain leads. Yeah, if you're with Tamori, you could definitely bring the tools. So, what happened? For some reason, Tamori did something funny. The killer himself maintained an alibi that Tamori delivered the tools to the killer in the late night hours?
Now, wait a second. But Kazuna-chan didn't change her mind? There has to be a reason to decide and help the killer.
You said she was an accomplice, but she can't actually be on the level of an accomplice. What the accomplice did was just deliver the tools. I need this thing, please bring them for me, is not enough of an excuse.
What about it? If Taira's the culprit, there's nothing strange about that, right?
No, it's not... Akane, I'm sorry. I hate to doubt you, but no matter how much I look, it's only you. Why? I'm confused why they're so... I guess it's because of the kitchen knife. But...
You too. Everyone, this is too much. Why are you all so anxious to turn me into a bloody killer? You don't even have an alibi. The only difference between you and me is I made a mistake once. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? You just got an appropriate stick, so you're hunting witches? You villains!
Apologies, but it's a situation that doesn't seem to be as bad as it is right now.
I'm the culprit only because there's no certainty at all!
Akane's the culprit. Is that really it? I mean, considering we haven't even hit the save point yet, I'm gonna say no. As she said, there's only one thing everyone's suspicious of her for right now. It's just a witch hunt if there's no solid evidence. Let's think about it. Was there any more convincing evidence? Is she telling the truth or lying? Okay, it's anagram time. Let me get my guide up. Okay, actually, I also need to, run to the bathroom super quick. So while I get the guide up and do that, we're just gonna pause real quick, give everybody a chance, go get some water, go get some snacks, maybe eat something if it's close to your dinner time. And we will be back in just a few minutes to continue. So see you all in a second. Oh, I was muted the whole time. Cool. Yep, don't worry. I figured it out. Don't worry. I wasn't saying anything important. I just said I will be reading the instructions because even if I cannot read the answers in Korean, I would like to at least be able to input them and also not fail, because then I have to start over and I think I might cry if we had to start over from here. So, let's continue. Find the right letter. Okay. Yep. I know the mechanic. I just don't know the inputs. Okay. Or just don't tell me the inputs. That's fine. Alright, it's this one. And then it's this one. Come on, shoot. Okay. And then it's this looking one. Nailed it. The answer key is telling me that this means dying message. So this seems to be the next topic of conversation, which I assumed we would get here eventually. Come to think of it, there is a clue about the culprit's identity. Okay, but the message was just like XXX, which I'm still not sure how to it's no 11037. A clue to the killer's identity. Is that true? If you knew that, why didn't you mention it now? Or why did you mention it now? Sorry, I just remembered. How convenient. Because we have to have pacing in the trial. And even though it is a clue to the killer, I don't know who it's pointing to. You don't even know who it's pointing to? Then how do you know it's a clue to the killer? Maida, what you're referring to is the dying message, is that correct? Right, some may not have seen it, but next to Tamori's body, there were some letters written in blood. I want to see if I can crack it, but... a dying message, is it? Something like a cryptogram that points to... wow, choking on air. Point to the killer before they die? Yeah, everyone take a look at this. Okay. Presumed to have been written... It's XXXX, but... I don't know. I don't know what it means. Hey, this is it? I've seen the blood spot too. I thought the blood just splattered in a strange shape. Girl, blood does not splatter like that. It actually looks like that, but if there's any meaning in these letters... Maybe it's like... You know how 11037 being Leon is super obvious to, like, English speakers, but in Japan, it wasn't as obvious because, like, you know, it was in English. Maybe this is kind of a similar situation where this means something in Korean that I just don't understand because I don't know Korean, which could very well be the case. But what does it say? Do we have any letters? XXXX. XXXX? 4 X's? I don't know what this means at all. I think Kinjo or Mikado may know. Isn't this a professional's job? Basically, the dying message refers to the culprit more directly than you think. Huh. What do you mean by that, man? Because it's just before she dies, the victim cannot afford to waste time thinking. In other words, if you think a little, it has various meanings that will need to be solved. Don't think very hard, just change your perspective a little.
So it would probably be the killer's name, right? Like, that's what most people would write. 4x. Does that number have any meaning? I mean, if you did, like, Roman numerals, wouldn't that be, like, 40? Maybe? But I don't know how that ties to anybody here. Actually, doesn't it seem like the last X is a little big? It seems to have a different meaning. Maybe it's a capital letter, and we need to, like, read it backwards. You guys are really stupid. What? Does that mean you understand the meaning of the dying message? Of course not. There's nothing to understand. It's not a password. It literally points to the killer. Oh boy. What? That was it? Oh boy. What? What do you mean, literally? Well, first of all, if you don't know even after telling you this, I'd rather be executed and die. No way. Whatever you look, it only reads X. Katakana. What? I don't know what that means. Huh? Katakana. Word. Think about it. Katakana is... Wait. Katakana? Obviously, the dying message looks like the letter X at the first glance. It's because there's a lot of blood, but from the different perspective, it really looks like katakana. In Korean, I guess? Maybe that's how you write that in Korean, I assume. A letter that reads like an X in katakana. May is the most familiar one I can see. Okay. No, there's many other things you can think. In fact, Japanese can be read differently enough, even if it's written a little skewed. It's not strange for a person on the verge of dying writes with their own blood, but it'd be weird they'd write straight. Then what were they trying to draw in the hand? The middle X, the third X, and the alphabet have long vertical strokes. If the X is tilde, it becomes that character, where the vertical stroke is long. If it's long, T-O and I. Okay. I don't know, man. I'm getting a headache. No way. What the word means is... When I think of it as katakana, the first X is almost similar to May. I'll give one more hint. Third X has a symbol that seems to be hiding, see? It seems. I can't see anything like that. Look closely. It's buried in the big X next to it. Hard to see it, but there's a drop of blood in that exact location. I don't know if you say so. Allow me to raise a question to you. Kinjo, your reaction seems to be the reaction after knowing the correct answer. At one point, after listening to Mikaru and Karakawa's words, I came to realize it. It seems like there are some other people who solved it besides me. Okay, the first letter is May. I and T-O. Oh, it's either I or May, M-E-I and T-O. Okay. I mean, we have... No. Nobody has all of them. But... if M-E is the most important, right? Then I think we should lock in on that. So there's Mikaru.
there's a T A. Like in, like, maybe instead of May, it's Nay? I think it's either Mikaru or Akane. Well, she has a no. I'm gonna. I don't feel super confident about this, but I'm gonna go with it. I don't think she's the killer though. Oh, okay. I guess that was right. The meaning of the dying message. However, it looks like the letter X because it's bloated. Do you know the meaning? Well, there are hints set on. I'll explain. First letter is M-E. I. But... if you use a vertical stroke, it's similar to M-E. Okay. D-O? This one's close to I. Once you, that's true. Made! Wow, I was not close at all. I was looking at their names. I was not even thinking, like, talents. But, I mean, task failed successfully, I guess. Well, I just don't think it's her. I mean, maybe, I get, but she seemed so genuine. I don't know, I've heard this trial's pretty long, so I'm not fully locked in on this yet. She was so suspicious at the beginning, though. Oh, okay, halfway point. We get to save. Oh, glorious day. Save, yes, please. Okay. I'm gonna look at my bullets one more time. Yeah, there's still so much we, like, have not talked about. If she's not the killer, why would she write? Because she didn't write the message. Probably the killer framed it? I don't know. But... alright, let's hop back in. You got this. Trust. Trust. Locked in. Akane. Among us, the word maid refers to... or rather, I can't think of anyone but you. Akane. That's... it's really her? You killed Tamori? No, wait a minute. Something. There must be a misunderstanding. I mean, something like this. This is too much. Please, wait a minute, everyone. I'm not... I have nothing. I didn't do anything. The dying message was written by a person. The Lord does not lie. As long as the dying message refers to the word maid, it has already been revealed. Well, maybe, like... maybe we're somehow misinterpreting it, like... either it doesn't say maid, or... maid is not... is somehow referring to something else. Like... there's more of the message that got scrubbed away, or they're not talking about the talent. I don't know what else they'd be talking about, but... I don't know, this doesn't feel... like, when we accused Mitch, right? I was locked in on Mitch. Like, I knew it was him. I don't get that same feeling right now. Was it a lie at the beginning of the trial to cover up her crime?
No. Like, she hasn't been behaving
as someone who wants to cover up their crime. Like, she was like, yeah, I was alone in the kitchen. Like, that immediately made her super suspicious. So, I don't know. Akane, tell me with your own words. Are you really the culprit?
Me? I'm not the killer!
Akane.
Why am I the culprit? The dying message may say the word maid, but there's a big X next to it. You guys have only interpreted the maid and didn't interpret the X after that. That X could literally be an X. Doesn't that mean negative?
Girl, I want to believe in you, but that is not very good reasoning.
In other words, it means not the maid, so I'm not the culprit.
I don't know yet if what Akane said is true, but certainly as she said, we haven't fully decoded the dying message yet. Okay, the X at the end. Well, if you simply look at it, it really looks like it says not the maid. But why are you buying this? If the dying message means not the maid, as Akane said, I would rather be more suspicious of Akane.
Huh? Why?
Don't you think so? I'm thinking maybe, like, because the note that was found there was like, oh, Yuki Mieda is, maybe, like, she was trying, like, if the X is somehow an A, then maybe it's, like, Maeda, like, Mieda is what she was trying to write. But, I don't know, we'll see. Who is the killer? I don't recall seeing any messages saying who is not the killer. Seems illogical to write. An innocent one in blood by the own victim. Rather, he would think it's not the maid to take yourself off the suspect list.
Hey, doesn't that mean the culprit themselves wrote the dying message?
That is my other theory. That it was like a frame job, which I said earlier. That's right. There's no law saying dying messages are all true. They can show up in many ways. For example, the killer manipulates the dying message to lead an advantage in the trial. Yeah, maid X as it is. Meaning, the only one who would benefit from writing that is not a maid, would be the maid herself, Akane.
Whatever the interpretation of the dying message is, this or that, there's no way to avoid the word maid.
Akane, you really are? Is Taira really the culprit? Yeah, see, if somehow the I was an E, then, and that last X was an A, you could spell Mieda. So, there's no way we did it, but it could also be a frame job on us. Can we conclude the case like this? But what is this feeling? Is it my heart screaming? I feel like all of this, it feels so contradictory. Is it okay to end up with Akane being the culprit? Can we vote now? It'll be painful to do any more. It'll just be... I just want to end this quickly. Wait. Kurikawa? Obviously, it's true that Akane was suspicious. Clearly, the way she acted seems questionable. However, there's a problem yet to be solved. What? An unsolved problem? As Kurikawa said, it's too soon to end like this. There must be a cause for this unpleasant feeling. Yeah, a secret thing that hasn't been solved yet. I mean, there's a few things I feel that haven't been solved. No! Okay. What are my bullets? Maybe the wire? Third flashlight. It's probably the third flashlight or injury. I don't know if that's true, but I don't have proof. This is also true. Tool procurement. I'm not conclusively, but sure.
only from... Yeah, it's the injury. Causes other than murder. Shoot! Oh. Oh, I was pressing the wrong button. That's probably why it wasn't shooting. Don't worry, I got it. Okay, the injury... Fire! I'm pressing enter. Thank you. Yeah, right, that's it. Did you find something, Maida? Guys, I think it's still a little early to call Akane the culprit. What? What do you mean? You're the one who said the denying message had the word made. About that, I still can't conclude for sure. Thanks to Kurakawa, I could think of something actually. Right after the incident, do you all remember Hatano's injury? Of course! Now the trial's coming to an end and Hatano's condition's worsening. Get that in order, okay? Why was she injured? Everyone think about it. Why did she get hurt? You saw it. She was hurt by a wire trap in the leg. Think about it. Who installed the wire trap? When does this come into place? I mean, the killer must have installed it. That's it. In other words, your opinion is that the suspected killer, meaning Akane, installed the wire trap, right? No, wait a sec. I've never installed anything like that. Why would I aim for Ayame-chan? That doesn't really mean you can't, though, and it wasn't aiming for anyone. Wait a minute, Akane installed the wire trap? The wire trap is there, but when was it installed? When was it installed? I don't know exactly what's on the wire, but I can guess because I was there when she was injured. She was trying to grab something at that time. The wire was installed along the way, so certain fate. The wire must have been installed as soon as the object was placed, and that object wasn't there, at least until that point. The investigation? Yeah. I'm still not sure what the point was. When the wire is installed, it was probably immediately after starting the investigation. I think so. Is there a good reason for that opinion? The wire's not visible, so the exact installation of the wire time is unknown, but by other elements it can be inferred. Actually, Hatano wasn't just hurt. When she was injured, I know right next to them, but Hatano was injured by the wire while approaching to find and investigate an object. She got caught in the trap. Hatano, do you remember? Perhaps. Are you referring to the burnt flashlight? Yeah, there was no such thing in the corner when I found the body with everyone in the power room, but it was there after the investigation started. Ah, in other words, the killer used the flashlight as bait to induce someone to get caught in the wire trap? But, like, why? That's my question. What was the point? If so, they set the flashlight and installed the wire at the same time. Immediately after the investigation began is the approximate time to install it. Yeah, it's right after the start of the investigation, right? The wire was installed shortly after the investigation began. See, I feel like we're getting really deep into the trial, and I still have no idea who did it. Yamaguchi. It's strange. This is weird. Weird. Is it not weird? Why the sudden yelling? Everyone open your ears and listen. If Akane's the culprit, it means she installed the wire right after the investigation started, yes? But that's impossible. Why, you ask? It's because she was with me. You were with Akane? Surely. Then there was a relationship? Can you stop that? Don't put a joke like that at times like this. Huh? Does that mean? I know this exactly because she was in the same place I was and we didn't do anything. What? How can you say you didn't do anything so proudly? No, what I mean is, I was going to do some investigation, but I still made progress, so... Anyway, that's not what's important.
It's Sakane's story. I swear to you, she has been stuck in one spot since everyone gathered to the power room until the trial announcement came out. What? Is that for real? Apart from anything else, there was only one spot that was inefficient even if you did a little investigation. I want to hear why. Why didn't you mention this, Akane?
No, it was shocking that Kizuna-chan died.
Did any of us do that? Even so, everyone participated in the investigation, but that is not a reason.
It doesn't really matter. What's important than that now, Kane didn't do anything at the time of the investigation, meaning she couldn't install the wire, right?
Yeah, that's why I said it's weird.
Then Akane's not the killer? I mean, I've been trying to say that from the very beginning.
But what's called a maid? Are we wrong with the interpretation? It's not just that. Akane lied. She's still suspect no matter how we continue. But when that happens, you can't explain the wire trap. What's going on? I think my head'll be weird if it gets twisted anymore. Can we stop this already? If you want to die, do it. I won't stop you. It's definitely weird. Apart from being simply contradictory, logically, it's playing itself separately, as if several incidents seem to be a gathering event. Why? What's missing? It's as if the contradictions don't stop to conclude that Akane is the culprit, but there doesn't seem to be any different direction to the case. What is the truth of the case? If Akane isn't the culprit, what have we been doing so far for? You mean it was all for nothing? But if that's the case, then who is the culprit? Who do we vote for?
I can't keep going. We keep hitting dead ends. Even in the midst of this, Hatano's leg injury must be getting worse.
Well, I'll say this. Other than Akane, is there not another suspicious person? Who is that? Kurikawa. I'm surprised it took us this long to get here. What? Why Kurikawa? I don't think it's her, though.
Well, I don't understand it because of the dying message and the wire installed, but Kurikawa suddenly disappeared during the investigation. Isn't she suspicious to anyone?
Looking at it, the broadcast announcing the start of the class trial rang, but we gathered quite late and Monokuma brought her.
Didn't Kinjo mention this? He said that he had main suspects in mind. If Akane, who's been attracting attention as a high-level suspect, isn't the culprit, will the other suspect, Kurikawa, who's the next suspicious person, naturally be her?
Wait a second. It's true that Kurikawa was late, but what disappeared during the investigation was investigated by Kurikawa's own way. It was Kurikawa's discovery that the kitchen knife actually disappeared from the kitchen. But even if she was investigating, still, why arrive late? I was curious from the start of the trial. I wanted to know the reason of being late, even if you're not the culprit.
Kurikawa, you're not a killer, right?
Please answer us. Don't be uneasy. I'm not the culprit. The reason for being late, I can't tell you now. After the trial, I'll tell you. Why? If it was for a good reason, isn't there no reason to hide it? Why can't you tell us? The more you hide it, the more suspicious it gets. I'm sorry, but trust me, I'm not the killer. Regardless of the reason, isn't it a little too much to say Kurikawa's the culprit? She doesn't seem to have anything to do with the dying message. It would have been possible to install the wire, however.
No, but there's no other way. This is impossible. She's impossible. It's all possibilities again. Who's the killer then? Even if it's a ghost, it's not impossible.
Huh, you really are fools without answers. Shouldn't you be aware of this? Huh? What do you mean? What? That's the truth of the case. I told you, didn't I?
I said I wouldn't help you people, but once it's a trial with my life at stake, if there's no answer, I'll solve it. So, in other words, you are idiots with no answer to the extent that I have to come out like this.
Damn it! Makaru is destroying us!
Makaru's attitude's sarcastic, but I think she knows something. Makaru may give us a clue about the situation that we can't overcome alone. When you look at the goals for your reasoning, I can see how hard your brains are. To put it simply, you are fools who try to solve the same solution without thinking of any other method when no other problem was solved. Thank you for your kind summary description, but you, what do you know yourself? If the same method doesn't work, you should know how to challenge it using a new method. Understood, child? But what do you mean by new method? It means throwing away stereotypes. Oh my, when it's so quiet, you finally open your mouth, Psycho Police. Is it not a problem if the best young police officer in Japan gets slower answers than a professional? It doesn't matter, but I guess it's all a competition for you. Let's just say it's not. There's nothing to be gained from this charade.
There's something sparking between you two. But what's that mean? Stereotypes? To throw it away? Did you both find out something?
I'll apologize first. When the trial happened, I was about to be overthrown by the killer because of the misinterpretation of the case. But I deserved it. I was guessing to some extent, but I didn't think the case would be so twisted. It was twisted? It's natural to say you guys made it public. This case is simple. There's a criminal, and the criminal killed the victim. If you tried to solve it, there'd be contradictions. Okay! Was I cooking with gas when I said she was the one who, planned this whole thing?
Then, wait a minute, so this isn't a murder case?
No, it's a murder. It's clearly malevolent. But do you recall what I mentioned earlier? An ordinary murder case would be difficult to solve if you think of it as a simple step-by-step scenario. While investigating before the trial, I guessed the outline frame, but at that point I couldn't confirm this either. However, as the trial progressed, Akane's reactions and the dying message being solved, a truth was revealed. To be precise, the riddle that has been solved so far was one derived from a clue, but what's the truth about it? To put it simply, this crime is not a case where there's one culprit and one victim being mentioned.
What? Not one culprit? Not one victim? So you mean there was an accomplice? But didn't Monokuma say accomplices had no advantage?
No, it's a bit ambiguous to call it an accomplice. But what is certain is that a third party, other than the criminal, was clearly involved. I mean, yeah, that makes sense, but this doesn't bring me any closer to knowing who it was or who did it, or anything that points to anybody specifically.
Third party? Who was it?
You, Akane. Oh. Wait, was I cooking when I said, she and the track star are, covering for each other? So that's why she's been, lying and sus and stuff, but because I can't think of, who else she would cover for, you know? I don't know, though. I might be getting ahead of myself. Akane was the third party? Is that different from a culprit or accomplice? For starters, I'd like to see it like that. As you guys said, if you're a criminal, you have to install the wire trap, but Akane couldn't do it because of Yamaguchi. He also saw her standing still during that time. Then Akane no longer needs to be questioned, right? No, wait a minute. I'm really sorry, but I still don't get it. If Akane isn't the culprit, I don't know why the dying message points to the maid, and she even lied to us. That's why I told you. She's a third party in this case. What? It's not a culprit, it's different from an accomplice, but it's obviously a third party who is heavily involved in the case. Maybe she's not even aware of it. The woman's personality is showing her heart on her face. It's proof that the maid lied and wrote the dying message, lying to everyone here. So she wrote it to, frame herself? But why would she do that? It seems by your facial expressions you don't understand it. Okay, before discussing the real criminal, let's begin with a question about it. Okay, what are my bullets? Note the lighter, the trap. The third flashlight is probably what it's gonna be, because that means, like, why was there a third flashlight? Stop! I don't want sticky keys! But yes, she could not have, I agree with this. She could not have put down the wire trap. But the reason I'm like, it's probably not the track star is she like busted up her leg. I mean, maybe it could be like, I don't know. Yes, go. Locked in. It really was just that first one that was throwing me off so hard. Like, we're chilling with the rest of this. No, Yuhara, wait! There was evidence of 3 people involved in the crime. What would that be? A flashlight, of course. There was one more flashlight. What do you mean there was one more? Hatano, that flashlight you were trying to pick up. Oh, that's why Hatano injured her leg on the wire. That flashlight, right? But what does it mean when you say there was one more? I think there are some people who haven't seen it. Let me tell you, in the Switchium, there were 2 broken flashlights. By the way, Maeda, other than those 2, the third flashlight. Yeah, I'll probably turn them off before next stream. It hasn't been a problem before, so I didn't think about it, but given this game has shift controls, I'll probably do that. On the day the 2nd floor was opened, everyone saw it while investigating, right? It's a dark place where the switch doesn't light up. Without a flashlight, nothing is visible. And the fact Tamori died would have been something to do with the Switchium, and in that case, she must have brought a flashlight. So one of the 3 flashlights would have to be the one Tamori brought. And if you don't see anything, murder is not possible, which means the culprit killed Tamori inside the Switchium, and the culprit also took a flashlight. So the 2nd flashlight was brought by the killer. Huh? Hey, wait a minute! Who's the owner of the 3rd flashlight? That's right, Maeda explained it very well. The Switchium is not a known place, and there's nothing visible, so naturally, you expect to carry a flashlight in order to get there. Even if I went, I would need my flashlight back once I'm done with my business. There's no reason to leave it behind. Wasn't this the aftermath of a struggle between the criminal and Tamori? One moment. Isn't that just by reasoning alone? Unless there's a 0% chance that someone forgot it and left it in the past, it wouldn't be clear. No, Yuahara, there's evidence that all 3 flashlights are involved in the incident. As Kinjo said, 2 flashlights were broken, and the other one, the last one, was burnt. Correct! It's a flashlight before it got caught in the fire. That's the flashlight that was on the scene. Now you realize? Is there a fool who still doesn't understand? According to your inference, the fact that the case involved 3 people was the adequate basis of this case. I had no idea. You must not have known. Probably the killer tried to use Akane. Really? What does that mean? We've come this far. I wonder if it's okay to reveal it. I don't think it's the track star though, because I don't think she would have blamed Akane. Like, I think they were tight, you know? So I'm still so lost. Like, I still have no idea who it is at all. I called Akane a third party, but this doesn't mean you simply witnessed or helped the killer. But what is it then? How Akane was involved in this incident. I mean, but then again, if she was covering, she'd probably cover for the track star. Not the culprit, but the executioner. Is it appropriate to call them like this? Huh? You lost me, buddy. What are you talking about? What's an executor? No way that fits Akane stabbing Tamori. I guess she didn't even do it? That's right. There's a criminal who killed her breath with a critical hit, but it was probably Akane who made Tamori moribund. What? So someone like Mercy killed? Kinjo, wait a minute. Hey, don't you know what I'm talking about? Oh boy. Taira Akane, you're also criminal, committed attempted murder, you bloody bitch. What? Now, wait a second, why is this so sudden? Is Akane the executioner? What's wrong, Kobishikawa? You said you couldn't admit that Akane wasn't the culprit. No, rather being able to admit it, but why Akane? Yeah, I don't know what it means that there's another criminal who inflicted a critical hit, even though she was an executioner in the first place. And I can't believe Akane did this. If you dishonor my girlfriend, I mean Akane, without a compelling reason, I can't forgive you. I wouldn't think Akane would do that, but okay, I mean, I guess I don't know. Especially to Kizuna. That's right, Akane would never do something like that. It's starting again. Didn't people say they can't know just by looking at them? All you think is Akane isn't one to do that. After all, you just don't know enough about her. But why don't you tell me why would she stab Tamori to the verge of death? How did that happen? You've already let that go, didn't you? We let her go? You don't mean... Yes, the evidence that Akane personally injured Kizuna is exactly what you suspect. A dying message pointing to the maid. Akane's suspicious lie. But why wasn't she the culprit of the direct murder? That was also solved by you. Simple, isn't it? That woman didn't have time to install the wire. What? Everyone looks like you can't understand. Sorry, but besides this, there is evidence that Akane committed a murder attempt. Well, is there any other evidence? No, Kinjo's right. There's evidence I can only think of. Maeda, even you? Why? I'd love to think that, but as Kinjo says, it's all true. I knew it too. If you look at the scene of the incident, there were traces of others who couldn't exist. The trace was probably left by Akane. Traces of others who couldn't exist. Okay. I'm not... It's probably either like here or up here, right? I'm gonna try this. Nope, okay. The killer set up the fire to make it look like they went through the window. Okay, it's over here. Don't worry, I got it, I just didn't realize. Okay. Remember what we discussed earlier about why the killer started the fire? The fire was used to heat the glass window and make it break remotely, and to make us think the killer was inside the switchium and smash the glass to escape, right? Yeah. In fact, we almost got caught in that trap and confused our reasoning. Now we were talking about why Taira was involved in the case. Think carefully. If the killer's purpose was to make us think they broke the glass, why is there a blood spot at the entrance?
Blood stain at the entrance?
Is that so? A blood stain, like walking out of the switchium. That's evidence from a third party that's different from the criminal's intentions. Was that from a struggle? Maybe it's just Tamori's blood. If Tamori went out of the switchium while bleeding, the power room outside should have been filled with blood spots, don't you think? Does that mean the blood spot was after coming out of the switchium because it was dark then? There were 2 broken flashlights inside the switchium. If it was broken during a struggle, you wouldn't know the blood would splatter in the dark after you stabbed Tamori. I just don't know why they burned the walls. I guess that was just a side effect of breaking the window.
Well, then the blood traces come from Akane? Wait a minute. After the killer attacked Tamori, they could have set off the fire after walking out of the entrance without knowing the blood was on it, right? In this way, there's no room for Akane to intervene. Inori, I'm sorry, but that's also impossible. The one who killed Tamori by killing her definitively probably didn't splash a drop of blood on their body. Yeah, because the real killer used that tool to prevent blood from bleeding right before they stabbed Tamori. I assume that is the cloth. Yeah, there we go. Okay. I'm with you, I'm with you. Actually, there was a piece of cloth covered in blood in the corner of the switchium. Ugh, bloody. This is... Right. Anyone planning a murder must be concerned about the bleeding. Probably, they used it on Tamori, without a drop of blood on their own body. If the real culprit used it and murdered Tamori, then there's no reason for a blood smear on the entrance. What? Then she really... Are you saying Akane stabbed Tamori? I can't believe it. Why did she do that? Akane, no matter what you did in the end, there is a separate, real criminal who directly killed Tamori other than you. You're not treated as a real criminal in this trial. If you admit to the crime, you won't be executed. So tell me, with your own mouth, did you really do it, and why? I'm sorry. Sorry? Are you saying sorry? Then it's really true, because that was a brutal attack. I just don't think I think if she did do it, maybe Kizuna attacked her first, like I said a couple times before this, and she, like, fought back. You guys are right. I'm the one... I stabbed Kizuna-chan! What? I'm not particularly sympathetic, but I am curious. Why did you do that? Kizuna-chan... No. Tamori Kizuna. Because she was a human being who had no choice but to die. What are you talking about? It was Taira herself that most offended Tamori, didn't you? I'm sorry, but it's just in case I was found out. I made an excuse and got scared. That must have been it. Actually, you seemed to believe that you were the real culprit. But I want you to believe in this. I never decided to kill and stab Kizuna-chan. What does that mean? You didn't stab with murderous intent, but after that remark, you seemed to despise Tamori. Well, I'll tell you what happened. Let me give you an explanation. I'm not sure about how Makaru and Yukara know this, but the day after the motives came out, we all went to persuade Kizuna-chan. Actually, Kizuna-chan was also in loneliness, and she tried to convince herself because she knew it deep down. I finally opened my heart to Kizuna-chan, and we hugged, and I finally thought we became friends, truly. But that evening, Kizuna-chan had something to talk about, so she called me to the switchium. I took a flashlight and went there. I knew it! I knew it! Kizuna-chan, are you here? Right here, Taira. Kizuna-chan, I know you wanted to talk about something, but why in such a dark place? Yeah, no one's coming here, right? Oh, no, I don't think so. So, what do you want to talk about? Yeah, that's right. I'm too scared now. What? Scared? Why? You know, the motives given by Monokuma, remember? Her secrets are written in there. Seems like y'all threw it away, but I got no clue whose I stumbled upon in the trash. Someone's secret. You want to see? First, look at the contents. Oh, what? What is this? Yuki Mieda may actually know the identity of the mastermind. We do? I don't. Does he? Is this like a Kaede situation where, like, they're keeping stuff from the player, but the protag,
like, is kind of doing their own thing. Uh-oh. We'll have to dissect that one later. What? Maeda, is that true? No, I'm just a normal student. Oh, new sprite. Okay, crash out, King. You're not lying, right? You're not actually playing with us. Well, you know about them, do you?
Stop it! Now's not the time to reproach each other.
Yeah, the message is surprising, but it is urgent we hear Akane's testimony. Akane, resume at once.
Okay. I can't trust Yukon as long as I see that. It's not just that. Knowing the mastermind, they might play with us and try and kill us later. No, Maeda wouldn't do that.
False. You don't know people just by looking at them. Mitsuhiro-kun did the same, remember?
Then, what do you want to do? Even if you tell the others?
No, that's not the case.
Then...
We can kill him with our hands.
What?
The reason I called you is actually this. Aren't you close to Yukon? Wouldn't you be able to take him out?
You know what you're talking about!
Listen, I have a good idea. If you'll only help me. Otherwise, how can I kill Yukon without being noticed by someone? First of all, I brought the preparations. Fuse, lighter, and finally this knife. Once you pick up Yukon and call him somewhere, I'll stab him with the knife.
I'm not talking about that! I asked if you're serious. If you kill, you'll die in a trial.
That's when the killer is stupidly caught. Did you forget the only way to get out from here is to murder someone? So, help me. If my murder is successful, I'll help you. What do you think? Let's get out. Together.
Are you crazy? Why would I want to murder?
What? Don't you want to get out of here?
I want to get out, but doing that at the expense of another's life.
That's it then? I'm the only one who wants to go outside more than anyone here? I'm not a human being who will rot in this place. Why should I? A bright future awaits me once I get out of this place. Actually, I've got everything ready after those 2 days from the previous class trial. I also brought the tools early today. I'm gonna kill this traitor. Wouldn't be less guilty to kill a bad guy, right? You better think and join me here.
What are you saying? Being prepared for a murder since the second day? Then you didn't open up to us.
Huh? Oh my god, this stupid bitch. Of course I was acting. Do you think I'm gonna go and fall for that crappy event?
I can't.
Alright, so you just do what I tell you to do. Know that you were lucky I chose you. Please bring Yuki-kun here by tomorrow morning.
No, I hate it. Why should I help murder? And I can't believe that Maeda-kun is such an evil person. That's obviously Monokuma's lie. Anyway, I'm not going to help you. And Kizuna-chan, please wake up and don't do this. If you're with us, I'm sure we can find a way.
Oh, okay. You?
What?
Well, I didn't expect you to cooperate from the start with the murder. Because you didn't, I have to change the target as planned.
What are you?
Yeah, I knew this one was coming. Uh-oh. Okay. I'm thinking about this, right? So obviously, Akane's gonna like, shoo, slash her up in self-defense and whatnot. Horrified, gonna run out, Kazuna's gonna write maid, and then someone's gonna find this scene and take out Kizuna. And the only reason I can think that they would do that, one would be like, oh, this is a great opportunistic murder for me because everyone's gonna think it's Akane. Or it could be the track star who's like, oh, who sees the word maid and is like, oh shit, it was Akane. but I don't want Akane to get executed. So I'm gonna kill Kazuna before she actually dies, so that Akane won't be guilty. That is my current hypothesis, but I have I'm literally just speculating here. But if I'm right about my suspect being like the one person I accused from the start, immaculate intuition.
You dodged it. But why are you doing this? Kizuna-chan!
Why are you asking? I'm trying to kill you!
Kizuna-chan!
You already knew I was gonna kill, remember? I can't keep you alive. It's a pity you can't kill Yuki Mieda, but it doesn't matter if you can't get out of here.
Someone save me!
Yeah, someone heard this. Is that true? Tamori tried to kill Akane first? Even so, before the murders came out, she just made up her mind to kill someone, and all the appearances she showed us were an act?
Yeah, Tamori Kazuna was that kind of person.
So, you felt in danger of your own life and attacked Tamori in self-defense?
Oh, no, that's not right. Listen, I didn't really intend to stab Tamori in self-defense, or anything of the sort.
Then, why did you? Tamori ran to kill you. What happened after that?
I noticed Kazuna-chan was serious, and I was too scared. I tried to run for it. Then I was pushed down by Kazuna and fell over, as I tried to resist somehow, and the flashlights we were holding broke.
That's when the 2 broken flashlights were broken in the switchium.
I couldn't see anything because of the broken flashlight, and I was right next to Kazuna-chan with the knife. I was really scared, and tried to resist with my whole body. Honestly, I think it was pure luck that I didn't get hit by the knife. By the way, suddenly, Kazuna-chan at one point got really quiet, and that's when I took my chance to get out of the switchium. You got out?
Okay, you stabbed Tamori Kazuna while resisting without knowing it?
When I looked at my hands in a bright place, I saw a lot of blood. There's a lot of red on my clothes.
Well, if she didn't stab her, then was someone else, like, hiding in the switchium this whole time? And then, like, when Kazuna got quiet, maybe that's when she was stabbed, and that's her blood, like, dripped onto Akane? I don't know. I'm still... I just don't know.
I got in a panic, didn't look behind me, got out of the power room, and ran to the bathroom to wipe the blood. So that's what happened. I was wiping it with water until the smell of blood was washed away, but then the announcement came out. I thought Kazuna-chan was the one who I stabbed, was found, so my vision came white. After that, when I went to the power room, there was a fire for some reason, and the switchium was all messed up.
Other than yourself, there was someone else who touched the scene of the crime. Did you think it was you who killed her?
That's not it. What happened was...
That's how the events are connected.
This is all I know about the case. I never meant to stab Kazuna-chan with evil intentions.
Whatever the reason, good or bad, once you look at the results, they are Akane stabbed Tamori Kazuna. This is a fact you cannot change. Its meaning, for whatever reason you might say.
But you said I wasn't the culprit.
Yes, you just stabbed her, like I said. There's another killer who caused the fire and the final blow. If the trial settles safely, it'll be the real criminal, not you, who's going to be executed. So, your sins will be laid aside after the trial is over. Don't think you'll just go over it. Now, wait a second. It still was an accident, wasn't it? I mean, come on, dude. Like, she literally did not mean to do it, and she was literally attacked first. I think it's really stupid to blame her for that. Especially when, again, you also have killed people! Anyway. Besides, if Tamori hadn't been stabbed, then Akane would have died.
That's right. Don't be too forceful with them. Akane herself is more distressed than anyone else. I'm sorry.
Hey, second to the fact it was crime or forced assault, the trial isn't over yet, right? Now that we know the case, we need to find the true culprit, so let's not get excited just yet, children. Fine, let's talk about this later, because the trial is the most important thing now.
Akane, don't blame yourself too much, because in the end, you survived. For the most part, I think it's the best outcome that Akane lived. Isn't it important to be alive? Yay, my Yuri. Ayame-chan. Thank you. Now then, let's organize the case based on Akane's words. Tomori tried to plan a killing a few days ago, and she called Akane to the Switchium to plan her crime and tried to kill her in the process. But her plan failed. She died. That is the whole story of the case. Hey, you stay still. There's a bit of mental ferocity in there. Now, let's do a little summary. I don't need a summary. Don't worry. I know. It's okay. Before the motives even came out. That's crazy work. Yes, yes. If Tomori worked with someone. Yep. I just was told all this information. Yep. No matter what happened, she's not the culprit. Then who is the culprit? That's what I've been trying to figure out this whole time. I have no evidence. Ah! Iranami, what is it? Did you figure out something? Nope, it's just amazing Kurakawa is very active in participating in the conversation.
Are you serious?
I have to say, there's already hints about the real culprit.
There is? You are one step ahead of me, man.
What? Who is it? Really, who is it? In general, there is no one who doesn't have a noticeable alibi other than Akane. In other words, it's possible for anyone to commit the crime. However, there's only one of us who led all the situation to their advantage. Yes, and very precisely, may I add. Is there something like that? Who on earth? Surely it's not Akane. There's someone who's taken advantage of the circumstances of the case with too ridiculous timing, that it could be simply a coincidence at a first glance. Think about it. The fire was not caused by Akane. Then obviously the real culprit set the fire. Okay, but don't you think there's something amiss? When you leave a fire, the corpse would need to be burned, and you don't know when it could be found. But Hatano actually found it. Yes, Hatano found it. Well, if that's the case, the wire matters too. Even if you install a wire trap as bait for a burnt flashlight in the corner, there's a possibility no one will find it and it could just end up there, right? But it didn't because... Huh? Isn't that a little weird? What does the sighting between the fire and the wire have in common? Oh no! You cannot be serious. Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. This is not good. This is not looking good for you, Queen. Would she really? This is crazy work if it's true. Okay, holding my breath. Let's do it. Oh god! As Kinjo says, there was only one person. Only someone who could move the situation to their advantage. That person is Hatano. You. What? Now what are you? Mieda, did you get tired? The culprit was the one who hurt Hatano's leg. But what if Hatano's the culprit? She was aiming at her own leg? Nonsense! It would be more reliable to say I'm the crazy one. That is quite true. Please don't mess with me, Mieda-kun. No matter what, Ayame-chan being the culprit is... That's right. Kinjo doesn't stand still and say something. Mieda seems to be losing it now. No, that incompetent made a very precise reasoning. Don't you agree?
The culprit is Ayame Hatano. She must be. Man, I mean, I called it. I'm 2 for 2 on culprits so far, but like, I'm not happy about it. I'm not exactly denying it, but I don't have a clear picture. Can you at least clarify why you believe so? It's because of a few reasons Hatano's a suspect. The true culprit of this case isn't strange to any of us. The reason is Akane pulled the ceremony of the incident, and the killer was only a light maneuver in the scene. All of our alibis were also in the dark, and there were contradictions no matter who you put as the killer. However, that's why Hatano's actions were. Hatano's behavior was even more unnatural.
What are you talking about?
My Yuri! Ugh. Is that just like the Danganronpa Chapter 2 curse? The romantic couple, with the exception of V3, has to be broken up? This always happens! It's always one of the two that's a killer in Chapter 2. The killer made an alibi trick by building a fire and finishing Tamori herself, in which Akane couldn't. Until here, everyone understands, right? Then here, who was the first to discover the fire? What do you think?
That was Hatano? But there's no way to call someone a culprit with just that!
You shut up, secondhand killer. Bruh! You're being so... Fuck you, Tsurugi. It's not just that. And even though the corpse was found, the killer installed a wire trap as if aiming at someone. And who was the person who discovered this first? That was also Hatano, too. But, like, what's the point? I guess. Let's think. At best, she made an alibi trick. If someone else finds it first, there will be too many dangerous variables. But if you set a fire, you can create the best situation you want. Are you referring to the situation where the criminal himself is putting out the fire with other people? That's right, because the original purpose of the killer's fire was to break the glass and heat it to make someone think a person escaped. If the killer was with other people in that situation, they would have their own alibi. Well, it's a crappy trick, so I didn't even doubt it from the beginning. In addition, Hatano would have had enough time to install the wire. Listening to Akane's story, Tamori brought all the tools, so you can use them in the arms of the dead Tamori.
Then... no, but... Ayame-chan... Well, there must be something wrong with that. I mean, it could be a coincidence. Hatano's the culprit just like that?
Why is the person who was picked up being silent, but the others are nosy? Hey, why are you being quiet? Are you exercising your right to remain silent? Or do you think this is a joke? It's so absurd that you've left me speechless. I'm still standing here, and I'm being treated as a criminal.
I mean, this isn't funny, Ayame-chan. You can't be the culprit.
Oh? Anything to object to, then? Of course. You don't seem to realize it yet. I'll tell you why I can't be the killer. Alright. Man, this stinks. I mean, she didn't really do anything or have any real personality, but like, it still stinks. There are people I dislike more. Let's see. I gotta see what people are gonna say. Tamori's time of death, okay. Was it not specified? It was. 9:30, yep. Oh, it's because she took a long time to die. Which is what the medical report said. So, like, even if she was stabbed before that...
Yeah. It's definitely the medical result. Alright. Why can't you be the culprit? It was 9:30. This is true, however. So what happened? Well, wrong. I missed pretty bad. Okay, well, you know, it still counted. Hatano, is that really so? What? Is that your opinion, Hatano? Because the time of death is 9:30, that the culprit killed Tamori by stabbing her at 9:30? Of course, Tamori's death is a stabbed neck, as a reminder. It must have been an instant death in the moment. But that's not the case. Huh? Even if you argue Hatano's words are true, at a first glance, after putting some consideration on the circumstances, at that time, the killer was not already inside the Switchium. Maida's right. You have no choice but to. This is a problem you solved earlier, right? From the time her fire started to ignite, Tamori must have been stabbed by her knife. Yeah, otherwise the alibi trick of breaking a window remotely would be useless. But then, what happened to Tamori's time of death? No matter how much you think about Tamori's death at 9:30, it makes no sense. Everyone, listen carefully. From here on out, the reasoning behind this is a little mixed, meaning perhaps Tamori, before Hatano discovered the fire, it may have been around 9 o'clock with the knife on her neck. What? Super grotesque!
That's far-fetched, Maeda. Are you really thinking about it? Are you able to prove that a human being can live for 30 minutes with their throat pierced? I don't really believe it either. But I'm not saying this for no reason. There's evidence Tamori survived that long. First thing that came to mind was because of Inori. Thanks a lot.
Me?
This was when Inori was investigating, wasn't it? Remember what you said to me after examining Tamori's body?
What should I say? It's a terrible amount of bleeding. Humans die of excessive bleeding when about a third of the blood volume flows out, but this is not about a third, as you can see. It's amazing even this amount of blood came out. The wound on the neck is definitely fatal, but it should have coagulated to some extent, and the amount of bleeding should have gradually decreased after the heart stopped beating.
This means, are you saying something else produced the mass bleeding?
No, I cannot confirm this with my own opinion. It's rare, but if your blood pressure's strong, the amount of bleeding increases. That much I know for sure. To put it simply, there are individual differences. Well, having a lot of bleeding in here means it took quite a while before death. Thanks to this, Tamori must have died in a very terrible pain.
Yeah, these murders are rough. Think about it. At around 9:30, Tamori had just had a stab on her knife, but Tamori just had a stab by a knife on her neck. If she died when we found it, the blood would not have been spread out. Of course, when we discovered it, there was still a little bleeding, but most of this started to harden, and it's unnatural to say that such a deep liquid had been flowing after 9:30. That makes sense, but... Maeda, did you forget? Tamori's wound, it's not just on the neck. Could it have flowed out of a stomach wound? Of course, it's possible, but... Oh yes, I am streaming it. Thank you for the good luck. I think we're getting there. Yes, we are in heavy spoiler territory, so flee this place at once. But good luck with your own playthrough. I'm enjoying this quite a bit.
Of course, it's possible, but there's another proof saying she's been alive for a long time after being stabbed on the neck. If Tamori died in a blow as soon as her throat was pierced, there would be a sign that never should have been there. Because she wrote the message. Yeah. Because if she, like, died instantly, she wouldn't have been able to write it, I guess, is what they're going for. The reason is because of the dying message. Dying message? Didn't that story end earlier, pointing to the maid word? Yeah, but when I came back to it, I could see something I didn't see before. There was a big X after the word maid. That meaning is correct, as we guessed before. Not the maid. Come to think of it, was it written by Tamori? I thought that Akane wrote it as a self-act. It was the reason we found in the dying message. I mentioned this before, but after seeing the blood, I went to the bathroom right away. I couldn't afford to think about that. Yeah, it's not Akane. It's likely the former idea. Tamori wrote the word maid in her own blood to let us know. If that's the case, why is there an X next to it? The culprit did that, I guess. It wasn't the culprit's own doing, but the reason the victim herself added an X and write not the maid. Ah, I see. She tried to correct the dying message as she wrote maid because there was another person who stabbed her neck. Okay, sure. While she was writing the letters. Yes. If Tamori died immediately as soon as her throat was cut, there wouldn't be a correction of the dying message, as she would have been left out of strength. But even after being stabbed in the neck, her will still was living as much as being able to correct the message with all of her strength, while holding a knife on her throat. Ugh. How Tamori had a cut throat and was still alive, that much I don't know. But the things I said now prove that Tamori was still alive under these conditions. Therefore, even if Tamori's time of death was 9:30 p.m., there's no evidence you can say that you are incapable of committing this crime. It can't be. This is a lie. Ayame-chan? Really, this is such a ridiculous story about being alive with a stabbed neck. Ayame-chan, please say something! It's hard to believe, but humans are creatures that sometimes achieve phenomena beyond. It happens sometimes even in terror scenes. Nothing strange at all. What? Then, Hatano, are you really the culprit? I don't know why Hatano did this. If my reasoning's wrong, it would be really weird, but there are many situations. The more I think Hatano is the culprit, the more it fits. Hatano, let me hear it from your own voice. Oh! Come on, man! I just want to wrap this up. We've been going for like 3.5 hours. Wait, I can't tolerate Hatano's the culprit. It's unacceptable. Inori, I know it's hard to believe. I can't believe it either. But if you look at Hatano's actions, you can only say it's so suspicious that everything goes in her favor. She's not suspicious. There's a reason it wasn't suspicious. I'll let you know why Hatano is not the culprit. Okay, sure. The third flashlight, the autopsy, Hatano's injury. Okay. Leg was hurt. That doesn't mean that she's the culprit. You're saying she aimed for her own leg? The wire worked and the culprit aimed at a random person. She was caught against her will. Was this a distraction, maybe? To, like, so we wouldn't see the flashlight? Because maybe the flashlight has, like, a ton of evidence that points to her? It was by chance. You're a normal killer who wants to get out of here. There's no point hurting your own body. She is not the culprit. Okay, let me look at my bullets real quick.
while we're in a pause. It was the third flashlight, the injury, and something else. The reason, I don't know. But aside from reason, I'm sure the trap was only meant for Hatano and no one else. How are we so sure? The evidence is the one Inori herself told me. Consider the situation where the wire trap hurt Hatano. Inori's autopsy. Oh, shoot. Sorry, I'm supposed to be slashing. Inori's autopsy wasn't a... Skip forward a little bit. Killer who wants to get out. Whoa. Oh, okay. Okay, pause for a sec, I got scared. Maybe... I don't think I need to counter that she wants to get out of here. So it's gotta be one of those first things. The evidence is the one Inori told me. Okay. So it's gotta be her autopsy. Nope. Okay. Maybe it is this? That's the only thing I can think. Okay, okay. The wording threw me off though, because they were like, it's the evidence that Inori gave me. And then one of the things was called Inori's autopsy. So that threw me a little bit. But we got there. Inori, I'm sorry, but there's another evidence that Hatano's the culprit. I still don't know how this proves that she's the culprit, but sure. The culprit wouldn't hurt themselves, right?
Of course, isn't it? If you're a killer, you're not supposed to aim at yourself.
What if it was calculated to induce that thought? I mean, yeah, but that's just as probable as the culprit wouldn't do that. We don't have proof that, like, we don't have any proof that she did this on purpose to herself. It's speculation.
What? What are you talking about, Maeda? Surely you don't mean, like, this isn't evidence, really, is my thing.
If you're a criminal, you can never hurt yourself. What if you were doing a self-play to deliberately draw out that thought? Otherwise, there's no gain for a killer to install the wire. They ended up murdering and finished the process, but after that, when they installed a wire aimed at someone, it only adds suspicion. There's no benefit from it for the killer.
Something. Maybe there's a reason to be put there, isn't there? That's right, I'm sure there is. That's why Ayame-chan is not the culprit, and...
That's not the only thing. Even if the killer had some reason, they installed wires to target someone. Even so, how exactly do you intend to cut the leg tendon? Our stride length and calf size are all different. Well, they didn't necessarily have to cut the leg tendon. It would have hurt no matter who they cut. Like, no matter who tripped over it.
Hey, cutting the tendon might not have been the purpose.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Ayame-chan suffered a fatal injury because of bad luck.
If that's the case, I wouldn't install the wire. You don't need to use wires while holding at risk your future.
Then, I was aiming at Ayame-chan from the start, so I installed the wire exactly in the position of Ayame-chan's tendon.
How do you know that? It's difficult to know the position of a tendon without prior knowledge, but you install it while calculating the trap to trip it over? The only one of us who has that knowledge is the surgeon, Inori. Her own legs, at the same time who knows more about the muscles of athletes than Hatano herself?
That she can't be.
Inori, Hatano was never caught in a trap because of bad luck. Because she was caught in a trap she installed. She was able to produce such a perfect tendon-cutting accident. Ugh, that was pretty good. Wow, a compliment. It's really her. Why did Hatano?
Well, I'm the one who saw Hatano's wound. I can't believe that she made a wound so full of evil intention. Ayame-chan can't be the culprit. I'd rather be the culprit, even if I'm executed, only for Ayame-chan.
I can't believe it either. I wish it was all lies. I wish it was all dreams. I wish my reasoning had been turned into a mess and I wake up from this nightmare. Is this how everything ends up? You can see it like that. Overall, I have the same opinion as Maeda, but I want to at least hear the confession from her mouth, because I have to make sure. Well, it's too late to argue at this point. Ayame Hatano, can I take your vote of silence as your affirmation of your crime and end this already?
What? Wait, not Ayame-chan! It can't be her! After all, it was me who stabbed Tamori. I'm the one who should get executed. I'd rather do that. Ayame-chan is innocent!
Akane doesn't have to be executed.
Ayame-chan.
And, of course, not me either.
Ayame-chan!
Going to try a last act, huh? It's not that. I just want to survive with Akane and leave this place. That's it. Your crime is already logical, and there's nothing wrong. Do you think force will work? I'm not convinced. If I'm the culprit, you haven't proved it without a doubt yet. Isn't a trial supposed to be won after you convince the criminal to admit their defeat? You fool. What are you going to do? Does anyone know any evidence to satisfy this killer who talks like that? Doesn't matter if I tell you, but wouldn't it be less fun? What a slacker. It's a trial, and you have to take it seriously, I tell you. It's all over anyway. I have to play around while watching this futile struggle. But there's no mystery to solve anymore. What are you planning to do now?
Even if you say that, Ayame-chan's words assume what if. Ayame-chan is not saying they're the culprit. Nevertheless, it's hard.
Okay, then let's reorganize this case from the beginning. Then we may notice if there's something we missed. Let's go ahead. Go? Where are we going? Stay still, you crazy big guy. One more. The definitive proof to convince Hatano. I think there is something left. If Hatano's convinced by saying this, if she's convinced, how should I react? Hatano is the culprit. Should I just accept that? Even so, I have no choice but to do it as long as I've come to this point, and then show them proof of her crime. Oh, I don't remember the controls. Okay, move the crosshair and then enter. Reload with shift, okay. I gotta lock in.
gosh. There's so many. It's okay. We're locked. We got it. We got it. Okay. Okay.
これが真実だ。
I don't know, I panicked. First, I want to ask Inori just to be sure.
To me?
Of course. Where did Hatano say she was injured?
Her thigh, more specifically, left side wide leg laceration caused by hamstring injury. Although...
Hey, Mieda, why are you asking this all of a sudden while dealing with me? Are you giving up after all? Inori, the hamstring refers to a muscle that's important in keeping the leg straight, right? Where exactly is the location of that muscle?
Right, it's one of 3 places that connects the hip with the leg. To put it simply, it's a muscle that's widely distributed in the back of the leg. That's it, but what's the explanation for? Hey, don't talk about things that don't matter, Mieda. Since Ayami-chan is innocent, there's no more room for refutation anymore.
No, this is important. Very important, in fact. Inori's words just had a decisive clue that Hatano is the culprit. Huh? Everyone heard what Inori said, right? Hatano's injury is on the back muscle of the left thigh. Yeah, the back. Then why did Hatano go forward to pick up a flashlight and the back of the thigh end up hurt?
What?
Oh, it's true. I only cared that Hatano was hurt. I didn't think it was suspicious, but it's weird when you think about it. She stumbled forward, but got hurt on the back of her leg. That's... Even if I fall back, my nose break, but I guess that don't matter now. I can't think of any other reason but one. Hatano, from the very beginning, on her own volition, she was caught deliberately in the trap to inflict a wound as fatal as possible.
My god, then it means it was entirely self-inflicted? Really?
I mean, that doesn't really answer how it even happened in the first place. Like, if she fell forward, how did she cut the back of her leg? I don't know why you did that, but it may have been to pretend to be a victim and be less suspicious, it's my guess.
That can't be. No, something. There's gotta be a mistake. Hatano?
I wish I was lying. Why? This is a choice. If you want to get out of the game, then just lie. Why don't we make a conclusion for now? I've wasted enough time, and I'm getting tired of various factors, such as the vitality of a cockroach, of Akane, and Tomori Kazuna. Although I believe it's over now.
No, no, no! Something is wrong. Ayame-chan wouldn't do this. I mean that. Ayame-chan was never the type to kill.
The person who's driven as a criminal is still there. Why are you upset? You just stay put. Akane, it's really hard to accept, but we have to accept the conclusions we've drawn, otherwise nothing will end and nothing will begin. Now then, let's do a final summary, so everyone can choose. Yes, I do know how to do this one. Whew, give my voice a rest. I feel like I've been talking for almost 4 hours. Okay, so we have Kazuna. We have Monokuma. Yeah, I know she definitely, like, wasn't naturally hurt going forward. I just meant, like, how did she even do that maneuver, even on purpose? Like, You know, like how did she fall forward? Like slide backwards and then cut her hamstring? I'm trying to picture in my mind how it even happened on purpose, but okay. Okay, yeah, that's it. Okay, then it's this one. Yeah, she definitely, like, was working out or something, and then heard Akane being like, "Help! Help me!" And then the tripwire. That's a real excuse me, a real commitment to the bit. Like permanently ruining your leg. The start of this case begins after the first trial ends and the second floor opens. It was a late night on the second day after she got out. At this point, there was someone who stopped by the antique shop for a purpose. Got some tools. Surprisingly, it was Tamori who was the victim. Now we know Tamori had been planning a murder this whole time. Yeah, before we even shared our motives. Sorry, I'm gonna give my voice just a small rest here, since we've all already kind of know how this goes. I don't know how some people stream for like several hours on end. Like, I need to take a break if we go more than like 3 at some point, so. Okay, here's a question. If she was like faking all of her tears, did she know we were spying on her that one time in the hallway? Because she was like alone then. So either she knew we were spying on her and was using that to her advantage, or she actually did feel that way, but she was also like, you know, her desire to get out overpowered that. Of course, this is not true. Usually Monokuma motives are in fact true, but like, say what you want about Monokuma, but with the exception of that one time in V3, he plays the killing game pretty honest. Poor Akane, man. She got traumatized. My girl did not deserve this. crazy work surviving that long.
Blood.
And then me and the gang were like, oh my gosh, there's a fire.
Ayame started the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. She started the fire, though she didn't light it, then it tried to fire.
I don't know all the words. Apologies. This is a self-report. This is literally a self-report. Look at the gang. Honestly, group pose eats. They kind of slayed that. Kaboom! It's a good thing no one was standing by that window. Otherwise, they would have gotten glass to the face. And then we go check it out. And then bada bing, bada boom. Precisely aimed. Rear tendon. Alright, yep. We got it. The criminal. The culprit. Ooh, ooh. It's no one else other than you, Hatano Ayame. We did it, everybody! How about that, Hatano? If you have anything to object, please do.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Something's wrong. It's not like this.
Really? What's not it? It's all decided. Shouldn't we end this now?
No, it's not over. It can't be over. But even if everything's correct and there's evidence, I can't convince myself. Hatano is the killer who murdered Tamori that way?
Dang, darn it, Hatano. Well, damn it. Tragic. It's all over then. Yeah, but why did she do— I assume she did it to save Akane. That's my hypothesis, at least.
No! No! Ayame-chan, please! Please, tell them they're wrong! No! No!
Oh, we're just gonna vote. Alright. Oh, man. 930. Pretty good score, all things considered. What? Oh, no, 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 no. No, no. You do not get to rob me of my well-earned mono coins because your first nonstop debate said that a kitchen knife isn't actually a knife. No, no. You don't get to do that to me. I earned those mono coins, and you will give them to me. That's so evil. Man. Whatever, I guess.
Oh? What, are you done? Oh, what the hell? You guys took so long that I was asleep in the middle of it. Nope, I never slept. Mr. Monokuma, did you sleep? Oh, no doubt. Okay, well, anyway, you guys seem to have come to your own conclusion, so it's okay to vote? No, then! Vote with the switch in front of you. As I said last time, we do not accept invalid votes, so press carefully. As a result of the voting, who will become the blackened? And the answer will be correct or the wrong one. Now, what will happen? What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Man. This stinks. I mean, I wasn't like that attached to her because I felt like she didn't really have much of a personality, but Akane liked her. They were by Yuri.
That's amazing! You're correct! Tomori Kazuna was terribly killed, like that by the ruthless Blackened, which was Ayame Hatano! That's the answer.
The answer. Did we do it? Did we get the culprit? Why is it the correct answer? I'm not happy to guess this. Damn it!
Oh, by the way, the vote wasn't unanimous. Miss Taira, no matter how much you want it, voting on yourself, you don't want a suicide, okay?
Yeah. It's pulling a Mondo, pulling a Nishimaru.
Who would believe what you're saying? I won't admit.
It's a big deal, so be careful next time. Anyway, whatever you say, there's only one truth, and I said it right. I don't lie when it comes to class trials.
Is this real? Is Hatano really the killer?
Of course she is. I guarantee this. You guys said the answer you came up with at the end, right? Denying this is nothing more than escape from reality.
It's a lie, right? Ayame-chan?
Only the judge was talking. Everyone couldn't even breathe, because the result of the trial was so terrible.
Miss Taira played the role of accomplice, so the case was extremely extreme, but it was also because the incident happened late at night.
Why? I ask why? Why did a girl like you kill her?
You, watch your mouth, Komishikawa-kun! This can't be true! How is Ayame-chan a killer?
We want to believe that, but... Stop it, Akane.
Huh?
Any more than this, and it'll only make it worse. I can't hide it anymore.
What are you talking about, Ayame-chan? You can't hide it? Oh, if you say it like that, it makes you look like a culprit, you know?
I'm sorry.
You're sorry? Why are you apologizing? Why? Why?
Tomori was killed by me.
What?
Yeah, well, you don't have to make another announcement, because Monokuma already confirmed it.
Why did you... Did she had to kill, even going so far as breaking your own leg?
That's right. If the answer we came up with is correct, doesn't that mean all we said, all our reasoning was correct? We were asking to end the trial early so we could heal your leg as soon as possible. If you're the killer, it doesn't make sense.
I don't believe it. I won't believe it. I can't believe this.
Yeah, in the end, you were also a murderer. It's surprising, but the word unexpected doesn't apply to criminals. Because even you know what? Shut up, Tsurugi. I don't want to hear it right now. Because even outside of these walls, there are piles of criminals who are doing heinous things with dismal faces. Why did you do it?
Please, answer us. Why did you do that?
That's obvious. It's because I want to get out of here. Huh? Isn't that obvious? Other than that, there's no other reason to commit a murder. To get out of here and seek my freedom. I wanted to return to my usual daily living. That's why everyone has no choice but to sympathize. It was just the choice of murder as means.
OMG?
What did you just say? You finally got my plan. I think she's bluffing. I think she was like, oh no, she tried to kill my girlfriend, I mean Akane, and Akane's gonna get blamed and be a blackened if I don't do something. So, I'm not buying it. You finally got me. I thought it was perfect because I could use Akane to Taira. No! Hatano! Oh, what? In the end, you were just the same person as Higa? This is what nature is, after all. Nobody can judge just by looks. Now, I must know. The evil face that committed this murder. Oh, you caught me. This is Hatano's true nature? She just... Okay. Okay, come on. Come on, come back to me. Come back, please. Please! Okay. Bring them back to me. Be a black. Okay. Sorry about that one, guys. The Wi-Fi just went kaput for a second. But OBS is telling me we're okay, so I think I'm just gonna press onward. Since you guys are also saying it's back. Alright, where were we? Hatano, you really don't have regrets? Are you satisfied with your actions? Of course, it's my execution. Come on, if you say regret, I couldn't get out of here. That's all I regret. Lies. What? You wanting to get out of here. It's a lie. What? You think you know me, do you? It's not a lie. I did murder cause I wanted to get out of here. That's all. If you wanted to leave this place, you wouldn't have cut your own leg. Huh? What do you mean? Hatano did murder. That's correct, but there must have been another reason. You acting as the villain, but your body's trembling. Hatano. Curses! Then the Hatano we just saw, she was just acting? You mean she's acting crazy on purpose? So why'd she really kill? Kurikawa, I can't. Hatano. After saying that, Hatano's appearance returned to normal.
At that moment, I felt the pain disappearing from my mind and the sense of incongruity before it was gone. My hands are already dirty, and it might sound like an excuse, but please, let me tell you. This is how I committed my murder. I was running down the second floor corridor at the time of the incident. As you guessed, at the time I saw Akane running somewhere. She was going in such a hurry. I tried to talk, but then I realized Akane's body was covered in blood. I went to the power room where Akane had come out, with no doubt. I found something had happened inside the switchium. I took out a flashlight in a hurry to check the condition inside, and Tamori was dying. And there was a knife stuck in her stomach. It's as you all said. Then why'd you kill her there? You could have thought of a way to call the others and let Tamori live. Because that wasn't the case.
It wasn't the case?
According to the facts I've seen, when I discovered her, Tamori was almost dead. I knew she wasn't dead because she was breathing hard, but that was it. She was already on the brink of death. That was until she got killed by you. I was worried, anxious, and scared. If Tamori dies, Akane becomes the killer. It was a scary thought. See, I was on the right track. I wanted to throw that thought away.
What?
At that time, I really wanted to think about it. That kind and good-natured Akane. Why would she stab Tamori? I learned it was an accident, though, before the trial, but at the time, had no idea. In my head, I just went like this because I only thought about Akane becoming the black end of this case. I couldn't leave her alone. I couldn't leave my friend alone while knowing everything. Throwing everything away for the sake of survival. Wait a minute. Then the reason Hatano committed murder was...
Ayame-chan. Because of me? To release me from becoming the Black End?
I just couldn't stay put and watch Akane being executed for pretending I didn't see it. I also wanted to call Inori to heal Tamori. But if Tamori's breathing goes out while I go and get Inori, then Akane would be executed without fail due to my mistaken judgment. I couldn't allow that to happen. You, then, from the very beginning, you were thinking of dying instead of Akane? And that, including the cut on her tendon, all of that was to protect Akane? This is the truth. I just couldn't say I didn't know about my friend's crime. Sorry, give me one sec. Gotta sip water. A sad tragedy born from friendship. Friendship in heavy air quotes. I'm teasing. For a while, no one could speak. Inside the courtroom, only Akane's wailing was the only voice ringing in our ears. Was that really the only reason? Yeah. It is a commendable act to lay down one's life for others. It's not possible without some courage. But if those were the only intentions to do that, it would not have been necessary to go to a trial like this, right? Even if you reveal the facts to everyone and accept the execution, your intentions do not change. But at the time of the trial, your appearance became as if you looked desperate. Hey, Makaru, if you say anything more to Hatano, I won't let it stand, even if you're a woman. I'm not scared of you, idiot. And shut up. I'm talking with Ayame Hatano right now. No, it's okay. Calm down, Kobishikawa. Sure, Makaru, there was something else. What else was there? I didn't tell you this because it would sound like an excuse, as I said the first time. As Makaru pointed out, doing this for Akane may have just been a pretext. I'll tell you everything. I can't be said there was no darkness in my heart. Somewhere in my mind, it was like, it's okay because it's for Akane, but there was also the desire to get out of this place.
must have existed in my mind at one point.
It did? Oh, but even with your leg like this?
This was a meaning of apology for you guys if I succeeded in escaping. And even if my leg is paralyzed, everything's already too late. What are you saying? Motive. The first motive we got when Maki was murdered. The outside world I saw there was a terrible world that couldn't even run properly. Huh? How is that possible? So, in the end, the initial motive was the driving force, too. Other than me, my coworkers and rivals, they can't even walk anymore. But if that's the case, what's the use of getting out of here with my legs fine? What? How did that happen?
Hatano, what happened? I thought that video was just a manipulation. And I thought Hatano would be the first to run non-stop and never be fooled.
I know, but I wanted to check if it was real. Until I saw it with my own eyes, I was nervous, and every day it drove me crazy. That wasn't recent. From the time Maki, I'd been running around in my head. I had nightmares every night, and I was always confused when I was with her. All that can be said of me is the fact that something had gone blank. I wanted to see it, with my own eyes. No one objected to Hatano. The feeling Hatano felt was exactly the same as me, because I still remember my family, and when I was alone, I couldn't stay still because of anxiety. After all, every breath was about the motive, again and again. We were vigilant about that new motive, called the secret note, but the motive I was given the first time, no matter how many new motives came out, it didn't disappear. The intense image was clearly stuck in our minds. I understand the feeling, but you were weird. I don't feel a strong will like Mitsuhiro Higa, the desire to go outside. Was it a conflict? Conflict? Will you lose us for the chance to leave outside? Would you accept death for your dear friend Akane? You were in conflict, weren't you, Hatano? It wasn't as big as that, but by the time Mieda appointed me as the culprit, I'd already given up on escaping, after everything was revealed. But the reason I got ugly and struggled until the end, it was because of Akane. I was relieved to learn it was only an accident that Akane stabbed Tamori during the trial, because I knew Akane was the way I knew her. Even though, after I was driven as the culprit, Akane tried to deny my crime more severely than me, the culprit, to prevent me from being executed. I'm the one that betrayed you all and committed murder. I'm a little happy inside. Like, I wanted Akane not to die, and she had the same mind too. More than that, how disappointed Akane would be if I admitted the crime. Not to mention, Mieda and Kinjo couldn't be beaten.
Why are you smiling?
Huh? Oh, you're angry, Akane. I knew you would be disappointed, but I'm sorry.
Why? You did this because of someone like me. How can you laugh like that?
How can I laugh? Akane asked something very strange. Thanks to me, Akane is able to survive safely. Is there anything more simple than that?
Hatano.
Aw, damn it. In the end, I'm just an idiot who, after weighing in between dreams and bounds, I've done things I shouldn't be done. Still, I'm satisfied. I saved at least Akane. I feel somewhat relieved. Although my dream ends here, you guys don't make the same mistake like me. Go after the best dreams you believe in. I chose to protect my friends rather than my dream. Now I'll say goodbye to this world. But at least I have no regrets. Don't say goodbye or end it like that. You make it sound so ominous. That really happens.
It happens even if you don't say that?
Monokuma.
Well, I understand Hatano's situation, but it's taken too long. Look, if this is a game, you have to think about the person who plays it.
Damn, not the fourth wall break, not calling me out like that. Shut up, Monokuma!
I don't know what Miss Hatano thought and what circumstances caused the murder. The important thing is the result. In the end, the fact you killed Miss Tamori doesn't change one bit. Murder means the order has been broken, for a blackened who has broken it. An appropriate punishment is necessary. Oh man. This stinks. Yes, I am to be punished. If you take the sin and pay the penalty for it. Oh, confident attitude. I don't like that. It's different from Higakun. But for Miss Hatano and Miss Taira, it's whatever. In the end, the cause was that you wanted to go out, right? Hey. Why, Hatano-san, a little while ago, say it was her own mouth. She was conflicted. Because she wanted to go out. But shut up. You're the one who created the whole situation itself. What are you saying? What am I saying? Are you that stupid? Boo-hoo-hoo! If you forget the outside world, this wouldn't happen. You just need to live comfortably here. So if you want to get out, you have to go through a murder case. You should know this already. They are yapping. Stop spouting your nonsense and go ahead. Disgusting bear. Fine, I won't meddle with you guys anymore. It's also because midnight's already passed, so let's start! The heart racing punishment time! I've prepared a very special punishment for Ayami Hatano, the ultimate sprinter, who is the blackened of this case. Everyone, remember to get along.
No, wait a minute. Ayame-chan, please, wait. Oh, there's still many things I haven't told you. Ayame-chan!
Let's go! All out!
Ayame-chan, because of me, because of a fool like me, I stabbed someone by accident, and I didn't do any cleanup. I also just bothered you. I made the scene. Don't go. I'm gonna die. All I need to do is die. Monokuma, wait! Wait!
It's punishment time!
Akane, I want you to be alive. Live.
Wait!
Oh, this sucks. Man. No, they took my Yuri. At least I feel like Akane has a better chance of making it further than maybe Taka did. But I'm gonna knock on wood when I say that as well. Oof. Okay, we got hurdles. I ran hurdles once, I fell. Like, hurdles are hard. Thankfully I didn't hurt myself, but like, they are not easy. Ultimate sprinter, dismantling sports day. Oh, this is gonna be gruesome. Oh, that's... that's rough. That's... Oh, that was really good. It was great, but... Whew. Dang. Man. That wasn't fun. That wasn't fun at all. She got bisected.
Oh, and poor Akane's gonna be just in shambles.
Yahoo! This thrilling feeling of endorphins rising! It's fantastic profit!
Ayame-chan. Ayame-chan. No! It's too much. Flesh, blood, Hatano. Oh no, I don't think I can hold it anymore. Sneef. Hatano was executed. So much cruelty. So mercilessly. I found myself closing— oh wait, this is my internal dialogue. Never mind. I found myself closing my mouth to endure the vomit that reached my throat. For her colleagues and for her best friend, Hatano willingly gave up her life. How many people can do that in the world? That was the kind of person she was. Goodbye, Hatano. Evil. Ugly. It's not a dream. How long do I have to continue this nightmare?
It's up to you guys. It's a nightmare, and if you guys forget only the outside world and live in harmony here, you're happy and you don't know what to do.
Hold on, I have to sneeze. Maybe. Never mind, I think it passed. You mentioned this in the first trial as well. Forget the outside world. You keep emphasizing the words. What's the purpose? What's the reason you want for keeping us inside?
Oh, if I tell you that, it's a major spoiler. It might transform into a wave of protest.
Surely the world is not, like, destroyed or something. Shut up, bastard. Why did you do this to us? Why? Tell us the reason.
Oh, wouldn't be desperate to kill each other without knowing that.
Then let's ask something different. The cost of entering an execution of the school is nothing but ordinary. Absolutely impossible. What the hell are you? Where does this organization come from?
There are lots of things you're curious about, huh? Good! Then would you like a special service? Everything you see in the school, from the beginning, it was all here. I just modified it a tiny bit. I tried so hard to make you guys feel amazing despair, yet you guys ignored my warnings. Truly sad.
You're so noisy. What is despair? Is it so fun to play with a person's life?
Huh? Do you think I'm doing this simply to enjoy it? Well, it's true at some point, although I am actually enjoying it. You guys don't know how important all of this is. Woohoo! No clue at all.
What are you talking about?
Nothing you need to know. If you're curious, do your own research and find out. After all, it's written in the school rules. Investigation is always free to do. Well, this is it. After enjoying a brilliant execution, I woke up because I'm feeling so worked up, but if I don't sleep, it's dangerous because I might sleep all day tomorrow. Of course, everyone did a good job. It seems to be a good despair finale, so at this point, the class trial is over.
Good night. Good night, Tri-State area. After Monokuma disappeared, only Akane's sobbing came from the trial grounds. Felt like I'd go crazy too. It's an indescribable evil feeling. A feeling of despair beyond reason. See, my body was being crushed by a tremendous pressure, but I can't give up here. I have to move forward for the sake of our dead friends. Nope, we're dead. It's over. Who will be next? Is it me? I mean, considering you're the protagonist and V3 hasn't come out yet, probably not, but... I know. I'm sorry, the Yuri. It's all because of me. Kazuna-chan died because of me. Ayame-chan also died because of me. Oh, girly. Oh, she's crashing out. Yeah, just let her feel it out a little bit. Oh, yeah. I mean, that is true. We should probably address that. Could have been me instead. Ugh, it's ugly and noisy. What? Yeah, it's all because of you. I know that well enough. If you feel guilty like that, right? Oh, Jesus! Jesus, Tsurugi. Chill out, man. Oh yeah, you're getting your stand card revoked. I don't care if you were kind of smart with the thread thing earlier. That stand card is getting put in timeout, and I don't know if it's ever gonna leave there. What is wrong with you? Hey, what did you say, Kinjo? Say it again. It's better to get— oh, whoa, that's a new sprite. It's better to get behind a bitch blackened like you. Blackened? Kinjo, are you crazy?
Why are you suddenly saying all this stuff? I hate this the most. In my true sense, a blackened is subtly convicted of innocence to avoid the law. Blackened? You mean Akane? Is there anyone else who fits? Stop! This is bullshit! How many times has it been revealed that the stabbing Akane did to Tomori was an accident? Is that really what you say? To someone who just lost a friend after their death? An accident? Of course it was. Kizuna Tomori started it all. However, who made the final blows, no matter the pretext, must be punished. Those two were punished and killed, right? Akane, who is at the heart of this case, more than them, is alive and clean from this. Have you forgotten? Even if this woman had killed Tomori in an accident, in the class trial, Akane made a false statement to hide her crimes. What would have happened if we were caught in that lie? Isn't it terrible to imagine? Directly or indirectly, Akane Taira almost put us all at risk. But she couldn't help it, could she? She knew she was guilty, and she knew she'd be executed if she told the truth. Then she shouldn't have done that in the first place. No matter how much of an accident it was, you think it makes sense to go and wash the blood to destroy evidence as you stab Tomori? A girl who is willing to say that they're innocent? Isn't it normal to at least support Tomori and give her first aid or call Inori as soon as possible? They do have a point.
Please, think of Akane. The accident might have happened and a rescue might not have occurred because she was in a state of panic.
No, I'm confident of this. If Akane was really the Blackened, it's certain for a fact that she would try to trick us with selfish thoughts. Stop talking. Kinjo, you bastard, I'm not gonna tolerate this anymore.
Oi, calm down, Koba Boxer. Get your fists down, manly boy.
You guys need to look at things objectively. What she did is wrong in every sense. There's still a lot to talk about, but I don't think it's the right time when everyone is on edge and confused as they are now. It's late today, so go to bed. I'll talk with you all tomorrow morning. Bruh. He's being an idiot. He's pissing me off. Hey, wait, dude, if you want to talk to me, then stop. Hey, you bastard. Are you gonna leave like that? Hey!
Why is Kinjo doing this? It's like Kinjo's creating a separation between us. So, what do we do now?
Is Akane going to recover? I mean, we should probably comfort her, you know? Just maybe? Just gonna go out on a limb there? Losing a loved one is a very difficult thing.
Ah, that's right. Akane, are you okay?
Ooh, that's a crash out.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay, oh, girly, it's okay. Oh, man. Akane is all good now. What? In what world? Let's all rest for today. I don't feel good after a class trial. It's already late, near dawn. Go sleep. Let's do as Kurakawa suggests. Honestly, I can't afford to think right now. We'll listen to Kinjo tomorrow. Today we're gonna sleep. Okay. Feel like the more we do this, the harder we have to work. Everyone, have a good night. Sleep well. Being in this situation is unusual in itself, but the current situation was much more than the first trial. Kinjo, who should lead everyone, seems to be getting twisted more and more, and our friends start to lose their lives one by one. What can I do at times like these? Play around with everyone and relax while learning about them? Follow my own dreams? Right now, I think it's impossible for anything to happen. I have no power to think anymore. Let's sleep for today. I return to my room. Yeah, no energy. 3 or 4 hours. Within those 3 or 4 hours, we lost very precious things. It feels like it's been years, and then stiff dorm bed that couldn't be comfortable is now feeling better than anything else. Tired. A desperate situation in which we taste the despair of the death of our friends and do not know whether we'll be able to stand up, to stand again. What kind of despair awaits us from tomorrow? Now I don't even think there's hope anywhere.
Now, I've only passed the second-class trial, but this is not the end. The despair surrounding us was approaching, involving us deeper and deeper. Oh my gosh, we're still going? Okay.
Hey, hello! I don't know if you're comfortable. Don't you feel uncomfortable? Oh, it'd be weird if you were tied up in public like this, but if you're comfortable... No way, if it is comfortable, you're a true maso. But you're not, right? Oh, well, come to bring the meal again today. Your appearance is still there, so take good care of your health until then.
I'm sure this is not important.
Woohoo! By the way, who could have thought you'd be led like this? I'm really sorry for being like this and having to lock you up. In fact, it would have been nice if I let everyone stay with you, too. Your body is one that can't age, isn't it?
Oh. Okay.
Still haughty, huh? I like it. It'll be alright when your turn comes. By that time, how many people will survive? Ah ha ha ha! Huh? What? Oh, I getcha. It's because the woman you love is still alive.
Ooh, tea.
Tea? There's nothing to worry about. I'll go there then, because if I'm not watching, I don't know what those guys will try to pull. So, see you next time.
Is this the 16th student hidden somewhere in the school? Oh, we made it. Okay. Oh boy. That was indeed a long trial. We did it, everybody. We saved the class trial. Alrighty, let's move on over to here. Whew, how we feeling, guys? How we feeling? Indeed, a surprise endurance stream for sure. Whew. Yeah, I don't think it needed to be that long. I think they could have cut that trial down just a decent amount, but man, that hurt. That wasn't fun. I didn't enjoy that. I mean, I did enjoy that, but not on an emotional level. My Yuri. They took the Yuri from me. Oh, man. It was good, though. It was a good chapter. Don't get me wrong. It was a little long. I think the pacing could have been a little better on the trial, but you know, it's fine. I will say, I'm still mad about that first non-stop debate. Like, I'm not crazy, right? Like, that was ridiculous. But other than that, it was a good case. I feel bad for Akane. I love her. Man, I hope she's okay. I hope she makes it. She's definitely gone up on my list. But yeah, I think without further ado, that's probably where I'm gonna call it for now. First non-stuff debate gave translation issue vibes. That is very possible as well. Oh, I guess I'll probably continue this on... What's my schedule looking like? Sometime at the end of the week / this weekend. Is when I'll hopefully be able to do it. Probably like Chapter 3 daily life / maybe investigation on Saturday and trial on Sunday, perhaps. But we will see how things work out. What is the list currently? Ooh, that's a good question. I haven't, like, thought about them enough to have an exact list, but oh, I just realized the chat has not been updating. That's on me, at least on stream. Let me fix that for y'all real quick, even though we're about to end. Because when the Wi-Fi cut out, I think that's when we had the issue. Hopefully that might fix it, but regardless, what was I saying? I'll maybe do a tier list for next time. Then we can start the stream off with that, and I can adjust it. I can adjust it at the end of every stream based on the events that have happened. That could be fun. Maybe we'll do that. But yeah, I think that is about all I had to say for now. Oops. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Okay, there we go. I got the chat working. Yippee. Where's Kinjo on my list? He's still up there because I think he's, like, a very interesting character. But he's not my favorite anymore, you know? Because, like, oof. He's said some things I just can't get behind, unfortunately. But I do think he's a very interesting character. So I do enjoy him in that sense. Yeah. I'm excited for Chapter 3. I presume there will be a double murder based on how things have been going, but we shall see when we get there. Yeah, I hope everybody has a great rest of your week, and I will hopefully see you all very soon for Chapter 3. Have a good one, y'all. Bye!